5, 5, 5, 5. 6, 6, 6, 6.
Okej, to tą dwójkę trzeba ci przynieść, tak?
Język angielski, język angielski.
Idea, że śruby można produkować maszynowo, narodziła się w głowie jednego człowieka. Standaryzacja części zamiennych rozpędziła rewolucję przemysłową. Bez standaryzacji nie byłoby przemysłu. Lampa naftowa, żarówka, nawet karabin maszynowy – to wszystko wynalazki pojedynczych geniuszy. W XIX wieku transformację przemysłową napędzali wizjonerzy. Nasi dziadkowie postrzegali przemysł z perspektywy linii montażowej. Praca rąk setek lub tysięcy ludzi, prosta optymalizacja i efekt skali tworzyły przemysłowe imperia. Komputeryzacja oraz automatyzacja zmieniły układ sił i sprawiły, że ludzie zaczęli pracować ramię w ramię z robotami, a wynalazczość przeniosła się do centrów R&D. Równocześnie dane stały się surowcem, takim jakim dotąd była ropa. Dziś niezwykle istotny jest elastyczny model produkcji, który pozwala szybko reagować na potrzeby klientów. Bez modernizacji parku maszynowego oraz infrastruktury ciężko jest utrzymać konkurencyjność na globalnym rynku. Zmienia się sposób myślenia o miejscu i roli pracowników, bo transformacja cyfrowa bardzo zależy od kompetencji oraz talentów ludzi. Wdrożenie rozwiązań przemysłu przyszłości wymaga szerokiego horyzontu i zdolności organizacyjnych. Przedsiębiorca XXI wieku musi wiedzieć, jak efektywnie i bez szkody dla środowiska wykorzystać zasoby, jak szkolić kadry i reagować w ciągle zmieniającym się otoczeniu biznesowym. Skorzystaj z wiedzy oraz doświadczenia ekspertów Platformy Przemysłu Przyszłości. Pomagamy w cyfrowej transformacji do przemysłu 4.0.
Pomorze Zachodnie. Wszystko, czego potrzebujesz.
Jesteśmy kreatywni, dociekliwi i skuteczni. Wpływamy na teraźniejszość i uruchamiamy dla Ciebie technologię jutra. Odpowiadamy na wyzwania Twojego biznesu i tworzymy z pasją innowacyjne rozwiązania w największej w Polsce sieci laboratoriów i pracowni badawczych. Jesteśmy nauką pracującą dla biznesu. Od 1 kwietnia 2019 roku jesteśmy siecią badawczą Łukasiewicz. Naszym priorytetem są działania w obszarach strategicznych dla polskiej gospodarki. Rzuć nam wyzwanie, wejdź na naszą stronę i napisz, w czym możemy Ci pomóc. Sieć badawcza Łukasiewicz. Rozwijaj z nami biznes.
Województwo kujawsko-pomorskie znajduje się w sercu Polski. Dzięki swojemu strategicznemu położeniu jest świetnie skomunikowane z całą Europą. Port lotniczy Bydgoszcz S.A. obsługuje loty rozkładowe, czarterowe oraz cargo. Region kujawsko-pomorski to świetne miejsce do inwestycji i lokowania kapitału. Swoje miejsce znalazł tu przemysł elektromaszynowy, a tramwaje z PESY transportują pasażerów z całego świata. Prężnie zaczyna się rozwijać branża IT oraz BPO. Dostarczamy usługi doradztwa technicznego, transformacji cyfrowej czy inżynieryjne. Mocnym punktem regionu jest także przemysł spożywczy. Produkty z Kujaw i Pomorza znane są w całej Polsce. Firmy znajdują dla siebie przestrzeń w parkach przemysłowych i technologicznych oraz w strefach aktywności gospodarczej. Na terenie całego województwa jest 9 takich miejsc. Gotyk na dotyk przyciąga rokrocznie tysiące turystów do miasta Kopernika. A dzięki bursztynowej autostradzie szybko docieramy w każdy zakątek Polski. W regionie swój kapitał zainwestował potentat w branży łóżek szpitalnych. Aktualnie przedsiębiorstwo produkuje ponad 125 tysięcy łóżek rocznie. Mamy silne tradycje papiernicze i logistyczne. Działalność prowadzi tu zakład będący wiodącym europejskim producentem papierów do wyrobu tektury falistej, stosujący najnowocześniejsze technologie w branży. Kujawsko-Pomorskie kształci tysiące absolwentów szkół wyższych, zasilających kluczowe dla regionu gałęzie gospodarki. To wszystko i jeszcze więcej.
Historia przemysłu to historia transformacji i napędzających ją wizjonerów. Oto śruba. Kiedyś musiał wykuć ją kowal, każdą z osobna. Setki i tysiące śrub. Nie było dwóch identycznych, więc w tamtym świecie każda maszyna była rękodziełem. Pięknym, ale mało efektywnym. Idea, że śruby można produkować maszynowo, narodziła się w głowie jednego człowieka. Standaryzacja części zamiennych rozpędziła rewolucję przemysłową. Bez standaryzacji nie byłoby przemysłu. Lampa naftowa, żarówka, nawet karabin maszynowy – to wszystko wynalazki pojedynczych geniuszy. W XIX wieku transformację przemysłową napędzali wizjonerzy. Nasi dziadkowie postrzegali przemysł z perspektywy linii montażowej. Praca rąk setek lub tysięcy ludzi, prosta optymalizacja i efekt skali tworzyły przemysłowe imperia. Komputeryzacja oraz automatyzacja zmieniły układ sił i sprawiły, że ludzie zaczęli pracować ramię w ramię z robotami, a wynalazczość przeniosła się do centrów R&D. Równocześnie dane stały się surowcem, takim jakim dotąd była ropa. Dziś niezwykle istotny jest elastyczny model produkcji, który pozwala szybko reagować na potrzeby klientów. Bez modernizacji parku maszynowego oraz infrastruktury ciężko jest utrzymać konkurencyjność na globalnym rynku. Zmienia się sposób myślenia o miejscu i roli pracowników, bo transformacja cyfrowa bardzo zależy od kompetencji oraz talentów ludzi. Wdrożenie rozwiązań przemysłu przyszłości wymaga szerokiego horyzontu i zdolności organizacyjnych. Przedsiębiorca XXI wieku musi wiedzieć, jak efektywnie i bez szkody dla środowiska wykorzystać zasoby, jak szkolić kadry i reagować w ciągle zmieniającym się otoczeniu biznesowym. Skorzystaj z wiedzy oraz doświadczenia ekspertów Platformy Przemysłu Przyszłości. Pomagamy w cyfrowej transformacji do przemysłu 4.0.
Pomorze Zachodnie. Wszystko, czego potrzebujesz.
Jesteśmy kreatywni, dociekliwi i skuteczni. Wpływamy na teraźniejszość i uruchamiamy dla Ciebie technologię jutra. Odpowiadamy na wyzwania Twojego biznesu i tworzymy z pasją innowacyjne rozwiązania w największej w Polsce sieci laboratoriów i pracowni badawczych. Jesteśmy nauką pracującą dla biznesu. Od 1 kwietnia 2019 roku jesteśmy siecią badawczą Łukasiewicz. Naszym priorytetem są działania w obszarach strategicznych dla polskiej gospodarki. Rzuć nam wyzwanie, wejdź na naszą stronę i napisz, w czym możemy Ci pomóc. Sieć badawcza Łukasiewicz. Rozwijaj z nami biznes.
Województwo kujawsko-pomorskie znajduje się w sercu Polski. Dzięki swojemu strategicznemu położeniu jest świetnie skomunikowane z całą Europą. Port lotniczy Bydgoszcz S.A. obsługuje loty rozkładowe, czarterowe oraz cargo. Region kujawsko-pomorski to świetne miejsce do inwestycji i lokowania kapitału. Swoje miejsce znalazł tu przemysł elektromaszynowy, a tramwaje z PESY transportują pasażerów z całego świata. Prężnie zaczyna się rozwijać branża IT oraz BPO. Dostarczamy usługi doradztwa technicznego, transformacji cyfrowej czy inżynieryjne. Mocnym punktem regionu jest także przemysł spożywczy. Produkty z Kujaw i Pomorza znane są w całej Polsce. Firmy znajdują dla siebie przestrzeń w parkach przemysłowych i technologicznych oraz w strefach aktywności gospodarczej. Na terenie całego województwa jest 9 takich miejsc. Gotyk na dotyk przyciąga rokrocznie tysiące turystów do miasta Kopernika. A dzięki bursztynowej autostradzie szybko docieramy w każdy zakątek Polski. W regionie swój kapitał zainwestował potentat w branży łóżek szpitalnych. Aktualnie przedsiębiorstwo produkuje ponad 125 tysięcy łóżek rocznie. Mamy silne tradycje papiernicze i logistyczne. Działalność prowadzi tu zakład będący wiodącym europejskim producentem papierów do wyrobu tektury falistej, stosujący najnowocześniejsze technologie w branży. Kujawsko-Pomorskie kształci tysiące absolwentów szkół wyższych, zasilających kluczowe dla regionu gałęzie gospodarki. To wszystko i jeszcze więcej.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're having a very nice, crisp morning. Cluster. Government give money to establish cluster. I don't know whether it's cluster.
Historia przemysłu to historia transformacji i napędzających ją wizjonerów. Oto śruba. Kiedyś musiał wykuć ją kowal, każdą z osobna. Setki i tysiące śrub. Nie było dwóch identycznych, więc w tamtym świecie każda maszyna była rękodziełem. Pięknym, ale mało efektywnym. Idea, że śruby można produkować maszynowo, narodziła się w głowie jednego człowieka. Standaryzacja części zamiennych rozpędziła rewolucję przemysłową. Bez standaryzacji nie byłoby przemysłu. Lampa naftowa, żarówka, nawet karabin maszynowy – to wszystko wynalazki pojedynczych geniuszy. W XIX wieku transformację przemysłową napędzali wizjonerzy. Nasi dziadkowie postrzegali przemysł z perspektywy linii montażowej. Praca rąk setek lub tysięcy ludzi, prosta optymalizacja i efekt skali tworzyły przemysłowe imperia. Komputeryzacja oraz automatyzacja zmieniły układ sił i sprawiły, że ludzie zaczęli pracować ramię w ramię z robotami, a wynalazczość przeniosła się do centrów R&D. Równocześnie dane stały się surowcem, takim jakim dotąd była ropa. Dziś niezwykle istotny jest elastyczny model produkcji, który pozwala szybko reagować na potrzeby klientów. Bez modernizacji parku maszynowego oraz infrastruktury ciężko jest utrzymać konkurencyjność na globalnym rynku. Zmienia się sposób myślenia o miejscu i roli pracowników, bo transformacja cyfrowa bardzo zależy od kompetencji oraz talentów ludzi. Wdrożenie rozwiązań przemysłu przyszłości wymaga szerokiego horyzontu i zdolności organizacyjnych. Przedsiębiorca XXI wieku musi wiedzieć, jak efektywnie i bez szkody dla środowiska wykorzystać zasoby, jak szkolić kadry i reagować w ciągle zmieniającym się otoczeniu biznesowym. Skorzystaj z wiedzy oraz doświadczenia ekspertów Platformy Przemysłu Przyszłości. Pomagamy w cyfrowej transformacji do przemysłu 4.0.
Pomorze Zachodnie. Wszystko, czego potrzebujesz.
Jesteśmy kreatywni, dociekliwi i skuteczni. Wpływamy na teraźniejszość i uruchamiamy dla Ciebie technologię jutra. Odpowiadamy na wyzwania Twojego biznesu i tworzymy z pasją innowacyjne rozwiązania w największej w Polsce sieci laboratoriów i pracowni badawczych. Jesteśmy nauką pracującą dla biznesu. Od 1 kwietnia 2019 roku jesteśmy siecią badawczą Łukasiewicz. Naszym priorytetem są działania w obszarach strategicznych dla polskiej gospodarki. Rzuć nam wyzwanie, wejdź na naszą stronę i napisz, w czym możemy Ci pomóc. Sieć badawcza Łukasiewicz. Rozwijaj z nami biznes.
Województwo kujawsko-pomorskie znajduje się w sercu Polski. Dzięki swojemu strategicznemu położeniu jest świetnie skomunikowane z całą Europą. Port lotniczy Bydgoszcz S.A. obsługuje loty rozkładowe, czarterowe oraz cargo. Region kujawsko-pomorski to świetne miejsce do inwestycji i lokowania kapitału. Swoje miejsce znalazł tu przemysł elektromaszynowy, a tramwaje z PESY transportują pasażerów z całego świata. Prężnie zaczyna się rozwijać branża IT oraz BPO. Dostarczamy usługi doradztwa technicznego, transformacji cyfrowej czy inżynieryjne. Mocnym punktem regionu jest także przemysł spożywczy. Produkty z Kujaw i Pomorza znane są w całej Polsce. Firmy znajdują dla siebie przestrzeń w parkach przemysłowych i technologicznych oraz w strefach aktywności gospodarczej. Na terenie całego województwa jest 9 takich miejsc. Gotyk na dotyk przyciąga rokrocznie tysiące turystów do miasta Kopernika. A dzięki bursztynowej autostradzie szybko docieramy w każdy zakątek Polski. W regionie swój kapitał zainwestował potentat w branży łóżek szpitalnych. Aktualnie przedsiębiorstwo produkuje ponad 125 tysięcy łóżek rocznie. Mamy silne tradycje papiernicze i logistyczne. Działalność prowadzi tu zakład będący wiodącym europejskim producentem papierów do wyrobu tektury falistej, stosujący najnowocześniejsze technologie w branży. Kujawsko-Pomorskie kształci tysiące absolwentów szkół wyższych, zasilających kluczowe dla regionu gałęzie gospodarki. To wszystko i jeszcze więcej.
Historia przemysłu to historia transformacji i napędzających ją wizjonerów. Oto śruba. Kiedyś musiał wykuć ją kowal, każdą z osobna. Setki i tysiące śrub. Nie było dwóch identycznych, więc w tamtym świecie każda maszyna była rękodziełem. Pięknym, ale mało efektywnym. Idea, że śruby można produkować maszynowo, narodziła się w głowie jednego człowieka. Standaryzacja części zamiennych rozpędziła rewolucję przemysłową. Bez standaryzacji nie byłoby przemysłu. Lampa naftowa, żarówka, nawet karabin maszynowy – to wszystko wynalazki pojedynczych geniuszy. W XIX wieku transformację przemysłową napędzali wizjonerzy. Nasi dziadkowie postrzegali przemysł z perspektywy linii montażowej. Praca rąk setek lub tysięcy ludzi, prosta optymalizacja i efekt skali tworzyły przemysłowe imperia. Komputeryzacja oraz automatyzacja zmieniły układ sił i sprawiły, że ludzie zaczęli pracować ramię w ramię z robotami, a wynalazczość przeniosła się do centrów R&D. Równocześnie dane stały się surowcem, takim jakim dotąd była ropa. Dziś niezwykle istotny jest elastyczny model produkcji, który pozwala szybko reagować na potrzeby klientów. Bez modernizacji parku maszynowego oraz infrastruktury ciężko jest utrzymać konkurencyjność na globalnym rynku. Zmienia się sposób myślenia o miejscu i roli pracowników, bo transformacja cyfrowa bardzo zależy od kompetencji oraz talentów ludzi. Wdrożenie rozwiązań przemysłu przyszłości wymaga szerokiego horyzontu i zdolności organizacyjnych. Przedsiębiorca XXI wieku musi wiedzieć, jak efektywnie i bez szkody dla środowiska wykorzystać zasoby, jak szkolić kadry i reagować w ciągle zmieniającym się otoczeniu biznesowym. Skorzystaj z wiedzy oraz doświadczenia ekspertów Platformy Przemysłu Przyszłości. Pomagamy w cyfrowej transformacji do przemysłu 4.0.
Pomorze Zachodnie. Wszystko, czego potrzebujesz.
Jesteśmy kreatywni, dociekliwi i skuteczni. Wpływamy na teraźniejszość i uruchamiamy dla Ciebie technologię jutra. Odpowiadamy na wyzwania Twojego biznesu i tworzymy z pasją innowacyjne rozwiązania w największej w Polsce sieci laboratoriów i pracowni badawczych. Jesteśmy nauką pracującą dla biznesu. Od 1 kwietnia 2019 roku jesteśmy siecią badawczą Łukasiewicz. Naszym priorytetem są działania w obszarach strategicznych dla polskiej gospodarki. Rzuć nam wyzwanie, wejdź na naszą stronę i napisz, w czym możemy Ci pomóc. Sieć badawcza Łukasiewicz. Rozwijaj z nami biznes.
Województwo kujawsko-pomorskie znajduje się w sercu Polski. Dzięki swojemu strategicznemu położeniu jest świetnie skomunikowane z całą Europą. Port lotniczy Bydgoszcz S.A. obsługuje loty rozkładowe, czarterowe oraz cargo. Region kujawsko-pomorski to świetne miejsce do inwestycji i lokowania kapitału. Swoje miejsce znalazł tu przemysł elektromaszynowy, a tramwaje z PESY transportują pasażerów z całego świata. Prężnie zaczyna się rozwijać branża IT oraz BPO. Dostarczamy usługi doradztwa technicznego, transformacji cyfrowej czy inżynieryjne. Mocnym punktem regionu jest także przemysł spożywczy. Produkty z Kujaw i Pomorza znane są w całej Polsce. Firmy znajdują dla siebie przestrzeń w parkach przemysłowych i technologicznych oraz w strefach aktywności gospodarczej. Na terenie całego województwa jest 9 takich miejsc. Gotyk na dotyk przyciąga rokrocznie tysiące turystów do miasta Kopernika. A dzięki bursztynowej autostradzie szybko docieramy w każdy zakątek Polski. W regionie swój kapitał zainwestował potentat w branży łóżek szpitalnych. Aktualnie przedsiębiorstwo produkuje ponad 125 tysięcy łóżek rocznie. Mamy silne tradycje papiernicze i logistyczne. Działalność prowadzi tu zakład będący wiodącym europejskim producentem papierów do wyrobu tektury falistej, stosujący najnowocześniejsze technologie w branży. Kujawsko-Pomorskie kształci tysiące absolwentów szkół wyższych, zasilających kluczowe dla regionu gałęzie gospodarki. To wszystko i jeszcze więcej.
Komputeryzacja oraz automatyzacja zmieniły układ sił i sprawiły, że ludzie zaczęli pracować ramię w ramię z robotami, a wynalazczość przeniosła się do centrów.
Witam.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome all people gathered in the hospitable city of Szczecin and all those of you who follow us on YouTube. It is our pleasure, together with the Deputy Marshal of the Western Pomerania Province, Anna Bańkowska, it is our pleasure to open yet another, the 7th conference or Congress of Polish clusters. We meet for the 7th time to celebrate to discuss important matters for clusters and companies that are members of clusters. And we have more than 4,000 companies in Poland which are members of more than 100 clusters in the country. And what is very important, the companies employ nearly 1 million people. So companies that are members of clusters are responsible for a very important part of the Polish economy and the labor market. What's very important is that clusters represent the most innovative, the high-tech based sectors of our economy, and therefore our Congress, to a large extent, will focus on cooperation between science and business, investment funds, EU funds including, all sorts of funding that is used to support competitiveness of companies. And thirdly, we're going to discuss how SMEs can improve their competitiveness while cooperating with larger enterprises. And of course, we're going to discuss Industry 4.0, digitalization, Green Deal. This is the core of the EU economic policy and Polish economic policy. Of course, in the further part of our conference, we will invite you to consecutive panels. As I've already mentioned, you can follow us on the website of the 7th Congress of Polish Clusters, YouTube, social media, including Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn. I'd like to invite you there, and there you can find links leading you to our today's and tomorrow's event. Before I give the floor to the Marshal, allow me to express gratitude to several people and institutions, and I'd like to share some information with you. We are used to welcoming people gathered in the conference room, but since we're still in the middle of the pandemic, we're going through the 4th wave of that, and we have hybrid meetings and conference. So in the conference industry, the situation is slightly different than it used to be before. The 6th cluster was also organized in Szczecin, and at that time we had lockdown, so we had just a small studio from which we provided live broadcast, and we had our guests online only. This year it's going to be better. Some of our guests will be here in Szczecin and others will join us over the internet. Talking about online participants, let me welcome and let me announce the involvement of very important people in our conference. Let me welcome Minister Małgorzata Jarosińska-Jedynak, the Secretary of State in the Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy. She's going to connect with us very soon. Let me welcome Olga Eva Semeniuk, the Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology. The minister is going to connect us in the first part of our conference. I'd like to announce the intervention of Minister Artur Soboń, the Secretary of State at the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology, and this is going to happen tomorrow, and the Minister Wojciech Murck from the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. And we're going to listen to the speech by the minister today in the afternoon. But at the beginning of this conference, let me express my gratitude to our honorary patrons. I'd like to thank the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology, the Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy, the Ministry of Science and Education, the National Center of Research and Development, the Polish Trade and Investment Agency, the Patent Office, the Western Pomerania province. We're going to repeat the thanks because Western Pomerania is the host, the patron, and the sponsor supporting us during this event. So I'd like to thank the Marshal for all the good things you've done for us. We also have the honorary patronage of the Lubuskie, Kujawsko-Pomorskie provinces and the city of Szczecin. Thank you very much indeed. We also have very important partners with us. 3 partners of our conference are institutions and companies, and without their support it would be very difficult for us to organize the Congress. I'd like to thank PKN Orlen, our main partner for the event. The industry platform of the future. This is the platform dealing with Industry 4.0. And, of course, our partner donor, namely the Polish Agency for Enterprise Development, the agency that has been cooperating on a regular basis with clusters in Poland. I'd like to thank supporting partners, the Research Network Łukasiewicz, Huawei Poland, Silesia Automotive Cluster coordinated by the Katowice Special Economic Zone, and we also have support of Marshal offices of Western Pomerania, Lubuskie Province, Podkarpackie Province, Kujawsko-Pomorskie Province, Pomorskie Province, and traditionally the Silesia Province. I'd like to thank all these regions for their involvement. I'd like to repeat that clusters and regions closely cooperate with each other. And finally, media patrons. I'd like to thank Gazeta Polska, CSR Report, and the ESG Institute. That'll be all regarding my part. Let me now give the floor to the Marshal, and I open the Congress on my behalf, and let me now give the floor to the Marshal. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome all of you cordially in Western Pomerania, and just as the Minister has mentioned, we cannot gather, all of us cannot gather in Szczecin, and this venue is very special because we're not only in the capital of the Western Pomerania, but also we are in the most environmentally friendly office building in Poland. Very soon in Szczecin we're going to have yet another super ecological building, the new seat of the Marshal office. So we try to fit into our environmentally friendly policy, ecology and renewables. Western Pomerania, ladies and gentlemen, is frequently associated by citizens with not only citizens of Poland and neighboring countries with tourism, because we are a very fortunate region in Poland that has a beautiful coast of the Baltic Sea, with attracting hundreds of tourists. But we also have beautiful lake districts, the beautiful area of Szwajcaria Połczyńska, so everyone can find something for themselves. But I'm mentioning this specifically because these tourist locations suffered most during the lockdown last year. Let me mention Kołobrzeg, the city I originate from, the largest spa resort in Poland. And during the lockdown, the city of Kołobrzeg suffered severely, just like many other cities in Poland. They faced the risk of the lockdown because their economy focused on just one tourist sector. So, considering all rapidly changing economic conditions and challenges of the pandemic, showed that cooperation enables us to generate much better effects than individual activities. So, cooperation and competition of companies, institutions, organizations operating in a specific area and representing identical and or similar sectors are in the core of the idea of clusters. According to EU figures, we have roughly 3,000 specialist clusters in Europe, providing more than 54 million jobs. Just as the previous speaker has mentioned, clusters created more than 1 million jobs in Poland, and they are a very important driver, not only in Poland, but also globally. The priority of Western Pomerania is to promote initiatives that contribute to the business share of clusters and cluster companies. According to recent surveys by the Polish Enterprise Foundation, we learned that Polish clusters have certain advantages or certain strengths and weaknesses. The strength of Polish clusters include digitalization, communication, business activity, market activity, technological advancement, human resources, and development of competences. But this survey also showed some weaknesses, and let me quote some of them. The weaknesses include impact on the environment, financial resources, infrastructure available. Our weaknesses also include the internationalization potential and international activity of our companies. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that our meeting today will provide answers to those difficult questions, and perhaps we will be able to respond to questions about the future of Polish clusters. And I'd like to wish you a fruitful proceeding of the conference. Thank you very much, Ms. Marshall. The situation is rather dynamic. We do have information that Minister Semeniuk needs to connect with us because she'll be occupied by urgent duties. Ms. Minister, can you hear us? I know that you are pressed for time. Can we now connect with Warsaw? Will this be possible for us to connect with the minister? Thank you. Ms. Minister, we can see you, but we cannot hear you. Maybe you should unmute your mic so we can see Minister Semeniuk in the screen, but unfortunately we cannot hear you. Ania, can you call the ministerial staff to notify the fact that we can see her, but we cannot hear her? And these are some drawbacks of having online connections and online participants. It seems that the minister cannot see our event. And she's not aware that we're ready to listen to her intervention. Ladies and gentlemen, while waiting for the intervention by Ms. Minister, let me tell you that we're waiting for Ms. Minister Małgorzata Jarosińska-Jedynak. The cooperation with people at such prominent positions provide us a lot of joy, but also a lot of problems because they are extremely busy people, so you never know what's going to happen in the government. There might be some unexpected new challenges. So we agreed to have this online connection between 9:30 and 10. And we are a bit caught by surprise. Can operators provide some information as to the reliability of the connection? Because I seriously don't know what to do at the moment.
Dear Minister, we can hear you now. Yes, there must have been a technical problem. Now, as we are pressed for time, I would like to say thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to take part in this Congress and in the opening session for the debate. I'm very sorry, but I have a planned council at 10 o'clock. I lead that council, so I have to be there to open it on time. That's why I would like to change the order and be the first speaker today before the other minister, Ms. Jarosińska-Jedynak. I hope that this debate about the post-pandemic time will be a developmental one, will bring answers to questions. We cannot hide the fact that in March 2020 we woke up to a very different economic quality, and this quality will keep shaping our social and economic policy in the years to come. I would like to say a few words about the project, a very large project related to very different circles and environments in Poland, which is the Polish deal. The Polish deal is a set of solutions to develop and enrich companies, but first of all, it allows companies to grow at every stage of the development, both the big companies, but also small and medium-sized companies. I am a plenipotentiary of the Polish government for small and medium-sized companies, and I think that there is a huge environment for the development of such companies. The world favors companies that adopt the high-tech model for the development, but the Ministry of the Economic Development and Technology is responsible for the development of all sectors of the economy, also the purchasing policy of the company. One of our priorities is the purchasing policy of the country, which will support the development of small and medium-sized companies in the context of lengthened supply chains, also those chains that go beyond the EU. We support such companies in all sectors or domains. Some other challenges are to speed up the process for the verification of contractors, to use digital transformation for visualizations based on portal business.gov.pl. Polish deal is also about a comprehensive change for increasing the developmental potential of Poles. We will invest in increasing competences of young people, in the development of vocational schools. In the last 2 years, our ministry has been taking up the matter of craftsmanship sector and family companies. The Family Foundation and the project, the bill for family companies, is what we deal with too. Another act we are working on is the Automation and Prototype Act, where we support the production innovativeness. We ensure support by the Polish investment sphere, and we also ensure a large investment in or participation by small and medium-sized companies. I hope that the process of cooperation between the different stakeholders will continue and increase in the years to come. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear Minister. Now we are moving on to Minister Małgorzata Jarosińska-Jedynak. She is with us already. I would like you to take the floor now. Good morning. I hope you can hear me well. Yes, we can hear you well. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, first of all, welcome all of you very warmly, especially participants of this Congress. And I would like to thank you for inviting me to participate in it. We all know that the times are harsh. The whole world is now recovering from the post-pandemic crisis and is looking for a recipe on how to come back to a good development path. One of the drivers for the economy, which is an obvious thing, is the widely defined innovation and entrepreneurship. Economic competitiveness is a result of how it is able to implement and generate and develop new technologies, those that correspond to the current trends and challenges faced by all of us, regardless of our sectors. A huge role in this process is to be played by clusters, as they create environment for the cooperation between various stakeholders, NGOs, universities, local governments and companies. They also play one of the key roles in creating an environment that favors the creation of innovation. Bearing all this in mind, clusters will also be one of the more important intervention elements in the new perspective, financial perspective, that will follow the previous operational program, Intelligent Development, which we have realized with success in the financial perspective 2014-2020. For the EU Commission, one of the biggest challenges is a more competitive and smart Europe. This is reflected also in our domestic documents, for example, the partnership agreement. Therefore, Poland will earmark for the implementation of this challenge at least 25% of its all funds received as part of the European Regional Development Fund. This means that for the support of innovation, the innovation that is based on the research and development work will lead to 11.4 billion flowing into the economy, 8 billion euros of which will be available through the European Funds for Modern Economy program. The rest of the funds will be distributed by the well-known regional programs managed by voivodeship or province marshals. Also, between 2021 and 2027, Poland will receive 72.2 billion euros from the cohesion policy and around 3.8 billion euros from the funds for stable transformation. So in total, we will have around 76 billion euros at our disposal. The money will work for the development of the whole country, so that our economy, also those parts of the economy that suffered from the COVID pandemic, can recover, can create great foundations for its further development. As it comes to the program, European Funds for the Modern Economy, it is a domestic program directed at all entrepreneurs, and in the years to come, it will be a source for the support of innovative projects, research and development projects, projects that enhance the competitiveness of the Polish economy, but also projects that will combine science and business. The offer available in the program has been adapted to help entrepreneurs finance the whole research and development and innovation process, so that enterprises are supported at every stage of their development, so that the development of the research and development infrastructure is enhanced, so that high-risk projects are supported, and green transformation of companies is supported. So this support will be given as non-refundable subsidies, but also financial instruments or some kinds of hybrid forms that combine subsidies and refundable forms. As it comes to refundable forms of support, we want to use the experience we already have by analyzing analogous activities under the Intelligent or Smart Development Program. The details will be definitely provided to you by Patrycja Zaszutek further on in the Congress today. She's a deputy director of Department for the Development of Programs and Innovation. We know that cluster companies are more innovative than non-cluster companies. They register more trademarks, they apply for more patents, and also they cooperate and export to and from companies from outside clusters. Therefore, as part of the European funds for the modern economy, such clusters will be supported, both as it comes to financial resources and HR services for members of clusters in strategic areas such as innovation, Industry 4.0, circular economy, and education. Moreover, the support for clusters is also planned at the level of regional programs, which are those that I've mentioned before, those that are managed by province marshals. I encourage you to, on an ongoing basis, get yourselves familiar with the contents of the operational programs under preparation. Those at regional level are appearing in social consultations from time to time, so I encourage you to participate in social consultations by providing what you want, but also by taking into account what the EU Commission wants. Towards the end of my speech, I would like to wish very fruitful discussions during the debates, during this conference. I hope that the offer of the European Fund for the Modern Economy program that we have prepared will be made familiar to you today, that it will correspond to your expectations. And I hope that we will have more chances to meet and discuss about how the projects are implemented, and also about the effects of the undertakings already realized. Thank you, and I wish you all the best. Dear Minister, thank you very much for your words. Thank you very much for what the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy is doing for our clusters. I would like to thank you for the time you devoted to us, and thank you for making sure you come here today to speak to us despite your tense schedule. Thank you for the words you provided, you addressed to members of the clusters and members of participants of this Congress. I would like to apologize at the same time to the speakers and the audience for the organizational technical problems that we've had, but our schedules are tense and sometimes our plans do not always have a chance to be fulfilled. So again, I would like to apologize to our viewers for these small technicalities. We have heard very interesting and informative speeches from both the ministers. Ahead of us, we have presentations that have already been announced. One of them is by Ms. Patrycja Zaszutek, a Deputy Director from the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy. She'll speak to us about the FANG, which is European Funds for the Modern Economy. But before this happens, we will also be connecting with another person, Ulla Engelmann, who is the biggest boss for clusters across Europe. Here we will learn the European point of view about cluster matters. So I am now announcing to you what will be happening in the nearest future, but let us start with the Polish outlook provided to us by Dr. Rzeszutek. Ms. Director, are you with us already? Yes, I am. Thank you. I hope you can hear me well.
We can hear you and we can see you. So could you please elaborate on what Minister Jarosińska told us, namely that in the new budget period, cluster will be more appreciated. You'll give us a chance for a separate source of funding and that we can get a larger share of the fund than in 2014-2020. Over to you, Director. Thank you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of my department and the Director of the department, unfortunately, because of a very rapidly changing situation at work, the Director of the department had to leave, but it is my pleasure to tell you more about the program. Indeed, it is the most important when it comes to the financing of innovation for the economy, enterprises in the years to come. There is no doubt about it. We have 8 billion Polish zlotys allocated to the program, and the funding can be used to support entrepreneurs, and the entire priority is assigned for innovation, which includes not only science institutions, research and development organizations, as well as clusters and enterprises. I'm going to tell you about the foundation of the program, but I'd like to highlight that we are in the middle of working discussions with the European Commission, during which we define the details of the program. So I'm going to tell you about directions for our support, the way we would like to see that, and I hope that after negotiations, these issues will be included in the program, and at the same time, at the national level, we proceed with the approval of the program by the Council of Ministers. We hope that the first calls for project proposals will start in the first quarter 2022 or slightly later. What have we planned within the 8 billion zlotys? There are 4 priorities. One, the support of enterprises, 4.3 million euros. The second priority is the environment supporting investment, where we assigned funding for increasing the potential of companies in clusters and clusters themselves. For the entire priority, we're going to spend 2.5 billion euros. And the third priority is to make our companies greener. And we're going to support a new component, namely innovative green transformation. We plan to spend 800 million euros. And the fourth priority, technical assistance. But it's not the support for institutions organizing calls for project proposals. A lot of funding will be designated to support companies and to disseminate information among companies in an innovative manner. We decided to approach to the program in an innovative way. In 2019, we organized a design thinking workshop during which we listened to our potential customers. They could tell us about what instruments they need, and we tried to design the support for entrepreneurs in a revolutionary manner. And I hope it will be received that way. The first priority is support to enterprises. We would like entrepreneurs to be able to select from a specific menu modules that will be put together within a project, and then they can apply for funding. There is an equivalent of the current fast track for the purchase of the research and development infrastructure. Another module is the implementation of research results. If any company owns R&D results and they would like to build a production line, they can also count on our support. And two more modules: digitalization and making companies greener. And it will be possible to obtain funding for Industry 4.0 solutions. And in the module of making companies greener, we plan to support ecological development in companies. And we also plan to designate funding for building competences among employees, real competences related to innovative solutions or digital technologies purchased by companies. This will be the modules or the menu that will be used by entrepreneurs, and then they will be able to select from it, then put those components together into just one project and apply for funding. The advantage of this approach is that companies will not have to go through various rules applicable to calls for proposals. They need to know that the institution for them is the Polish Agency for Enterprise Development, and if they would like to have R&D project and include digital technologies in the project and support this by increasing competences of employees, then an enterprise will be also able to receive funding for the promotion of their products. And there will be just one institution they apply to. They will sign just one contract for the project, and it will not be necessary for the entrepreneur to develop like a linear project, like research, then implementation, and so on and so forth. These modules can operate independently, depending on the actual needs of enterprises. And we hope that this approach will meet the idea that was mentioned by Minister Jarosińska. And we hope to support enterprises at every stage of their development, and we'd like to cater for their actual needs. And we hope that the project assessment project will be well developed and friendly to enterprises. We're not going to resign from the panel of experts. It will be possible, though, for enterprises to revise and correct their project applications before the assessment by the panel of experts and afterwards as well. And these are the issues that will be included in the new program. That will be the first axis. And within the first axis, I also mentioned the module of digitalization, and soon I'm going to tell you more about the third priority, namely making our enterprises greener. And in this particular module, companies will be able to purchase new technologies, digital technologies, technologies supporting production processes in the company, business models. They will be able to purchase technologies increasing their cybersecurity and technologies that will make their companies greener. Ecological technologies that will reduce the impact of a company on the environment. So entrepreneurs will be able to implement technologies recommended by the environmental verification of technologies. And in the module of competences, we're going to support the development of competences among employees in order to increase their knowledge and qualifications in the area of R&D, Industry 4.0, transformation in the digitalization, management and protection of industrial property. I'm referring to the first axis because we need to remember that companies are the main members of clusters. And since companies develop faster, they are more innovative when operating in clusters, I would like them to know that they will be able to develop such activity within their business areas under the first priority. We would like to support business environment institutions and the business environment as such to provide the best innovation support services. These services should correspond to the needs that companies have. The minister has mentioned that it's necessary to develop and strengthen cooperation between science and business, and there we need to support science as well, scientific institutions and units, and also entrepreneurs can find funding in this second priority, namely the environment supporting innovation. Within the priority, we're going to support companies that are successful in Europe, companies that obtain their excellence certificates. We plan to provide funding for projects implemented in international partnerships. We plan to support development of companies through strengthening of the transfer of technology, and we're going to support companies which apply to EU programs for funding. A large number of priorities will be implemented through financial instruments supporting companies from the incubation phase, from a very early stage through their further development, and the business environment. And there we're going to support innovation centers that are accredited and clusters. When it comes to the first and second priority, we should not forget about building up the capacity of the science regarding their cooperation with businesses. So we plan to stimulate the cooperation, commercialization of research results. We also would like to support business environment organizations innovation organizations and clusters. The Commission itself has recognized that the eligible support that was offered previously was insufficient, and within their goals and priorities, they would like to support the business environment and business environment institutions. And we would like to use this. We also plan some instruments that fit into this category. We know very well, we are aware of the role played by clusters in this development, in the increasing of the innovation of our companies. Clusters help companies develop faster, undertake innovative projects. And clusters will face also serious challenges in Poland, because during the phase of implementation and development, they will have to protect industrial property, they will have to provide access to innovation, and we enter completely new areas as well. A lot of funding will be designated for digital transformation, green transformation, and clusters should also specialize in this area and increase their potential. Bearing all this in mind, we need to take into consideration the conclusions of the European Council that it's necessary to support European cluster policy, connecting these clusters, especially those of the global potential. So this internationalization and strengthening of the international cooperation should also be our focus if we want to support clusters. Some instruments that will be available for clusters in the new period, we're going to have support at the national and regional levels, but at a certain moment we need to delineate the support. We do not want these instruments to interfere with each other. We need to set clear boundaries for the support between different instruments, including national and regional programs. We're going to support clusters enjoying the certificates assigned by the minister. We'll learn about that still in November. And there are also regional clusters. These clusters can count on the support of their development potential in terms of human resources and infrastructure. Testing of new services, building international cooperation platforms. These areas will be available for clusters. The support will be adjusted to the development level of a cluster and will be combined with the implementation of new services. At the regional level, we plan to support the emerging clusters at the very early stage of their development. Regional authorities know best where their regions develop, and this is how they should support their clusters and strengthen them. The criteria for the clusters are available in this policy until And of course, we're going to work on further details after we conclude the negotiations with the European Commission. And of course, it's usually the devil's in details, and then we'll plan our support for clusters in a more detailed manner. We're going to maintain contact with clusters, and we hope for your active engagement in the process so we can program the support in the best way possible, so we can meet your actual needs. Let me mention priority 3, namely making our enterprises greener. In this particular case, we designated 800 million euros there, and we plan to implement this priority by supporting companies within the so-called Green Guarantee Fund, including loans and credit guarantees funded from the program, focusing on green projects, green investment. We're going to provide ecological loans that will operate similar to those for innovation. And we plan to implement the priority through innovative public procurement, involving technologies and products that are new to the market, with the major focus on our society and the environment. Regarding priority 4, namely the technical assistance, let me mention 2 very important instruments, important for companies that have never used EU funding and would like now to prepare for the future offer. An offer which will require them to plan research and development process within the project. If you'd like to prepare for that, if you'd like to learn rules applicable to the implementation of R&D activity, to learn something about theory and practical solutions that support in the implementation of innovation in the company, I'd like to encourage you to use a charge-free instrument. We decided to implement this instrument in the Ministry of Development Funds. So companies have access to coaches, innovation coaches, and companies can work with them to define resources, opportunities, products, and directions for their development. Coaches include experts that we attract from the sector of science, commercialization of research and development, and these are the experts that assess projects under the current program of smart development. So they have knowledge of your sector and also knowledge about the assessment of projects. I'd like to encourage you to learn more about innovationcoach.pl. There is a form you can apply and you can assess your potential free of charge. You can receive valuable guidance there. I'd like to encourage entrepreneurs having specific ideas who know what they would like to implement in their companies. They know about R&D processes they would like to promote in their companies, and they can also cooperate with experts from this sector, experts with thorough knowledge of the assessment of projects, and they will help you to explain all the technicalities related to the assessment of their projects. And this might be a very good proposal. This is what we're going to fund under the new program. The innovation coach is already there. It's already available, so we can prepare for the program. And finally, let me mention that a complement of the program, which is very important, is an instrument proposed by the European Commission for recovery and resilience. Poland developed our national recovery and resilience program, and within the funding available, we will be able to support activities that build up competitiveness and resilience of Polish companies. The amount designated is sizable, and we plan to focus on public investment, low-emission economy, green economy projects, environmentally friendly transport, promotion of digital solutions, and we also have 1 billion euros to support innovative companies in terms of their digital development, the implementation of environmental technologies, and there's a certain amount earmarked for research institutes to strengthen their capacity and to strengthen their services, specialist research services for companies. The program is still under negotiation, and it supplements the offer of our cohesion policy. I'd like to encourage you to learn more and go through our program documents. We had public consultation in spring this year. I'd like to thank for the active involvement of the cluster community in the country, and I hope you will also play an active role in defining further details for instruments designated for clusters. Thank you very much for your attention.
We have a few second long delay, so probably you will hear me with that delay, Mez. But I would like to ask an additional question to you, if you allow me, whether these new financial instruments meant for the clusters, when will we be able to get more details about them? Are they to a degree similar to the solutions that we already know from the pilot program for the support of new services carried out by the key domestic clusters? I'm talking about 237 within the program. Could you please tell us a bit about this, because we are all interested about the practice, how these new tools for the clusters might look in practice. I would like very much to give you the details, but right now we are focused on negotiations with the EU Commission so that the areas that I have signaled to you can be accepted and written into the program. But I can tell you right now that we will be taking in everything, and we will do our best in compliance with the EU Commission to take in everything that we have learned from our previous experiences, everything that was the best. I think we will intensify our work on the assumptions for individual instruments under the competitions, perhaps towards the end of this year or at the beginning of the next year. And we will be welcoming any consultations with you about the details for those instruments. However, right now, I am not in position to tell you that, because the work is going on a different forum right now. We are not designing the specific criteria or rules for the competitions, because we are focusing on the assumptions for the program and negotiating such assumptions. Thank you. I think we have heard a very interesting speech. We have watched a very interesting presentation. And what is very important to all of us here is that the director presented a lot of sources from which we can learn more about what support tools will be available within the coming 7 years, both for clusters and for entrepreneurs that are members of our clusters. We thrive to learn the details, but I think this is a good moment for us to be giving the floor to the next speaker during our Congress, who is Ulla Engelmann, who, we can say, is the boss. As part of the EU Commission, she's the director responsible for the cluster policies. She's the chief of all clusters in Europe. She's our guardian, she's our good spirit.
With us the second time, no, the third time. In fact, you visited us in Warsaw 2 years ago when we had our 5th Congress of Polish clusters, and it was a very important time because during this Congress in Warsaw, we established together with our friends from other European countries, we have established a European Cluster Alliance, and you were witness of this ceremony. So this is, we can say, this is the 2nd anniversary of European Cluster Alliance, which is organization so closely cooperating with you, with European Commission. So please, Ulla, can you tell us more about European point of view for clusters, for cluster policy, and how can we plan our near future, next, let's say, 7 years, with European support in cooperation with European Commission, and what can we expect? Which kind of conditions can we expect would be prepared for cluster development in next years? Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to inviting me again to the Polish Cluster Conference. And as you quite rightly said, I was very pleased that I could witness, let's say, the birth of the European Cluster Alliance. And since then, a lot has happened, and a lot of work has done together, also with your very active part, being such a dynamic partner of the European Cluster Alliance. So first of all, let me also thank you for this, because it is crucial that we work together, and we will also see then throughout my speech how the role of clusters also in tackling the pandemic was crucial. So I would like to give you some latest policy developments at EU level. And because clusters, by their nature, cover many actors of the ecosystems and can embrace opinion from different actors like small and big enterprises, universities, research, innovations, and also more and civil society. So we still, I would have, of course, liked to be there in person, but that's not the case. So COVID-19 is still with us. But if we look, we were able in the EU to produce vaccines in an unprecedented time. By now, the EU produced 2 billion doses of COVID-19 vaccine, and half of this is sent to the world. And again here, clusters and its network capabilities were very helpful. In the moment of need, despite all criticisms, we were able to ramp up production in a very short period. And as we said, the European Cluster Alliance, together with the Council of European Bioregions, helped us to organize matchmakings so that all pieces of the supply chain could better function with each other. The same we are doing now on COVID-19 therapeutics. Together with EU clusters, we are organizing a matchmaking event on COVID-19 therapeutics on 29th and 30th of November. So maybe also some of your cluster practitioners would want to participate. So please look for this date, 29th and 30th of November, because we are really aiming to accelerate the process of taking up the promising medicines to the market and patients. However, the situation is steadily improving, and if we look at the economic situation, the Commission's summer 21 economic forecast shows that the GDP will grow by 4.8% in 21 and 4.5% in 22 in the EU. The volume of output is projected to return to its pre-crisis level in the last quarter of 21, and this is earlier than expected. Therefore, it is time to look at the future and to see how to best recover. I think the triple transition offers us an excellent way forward, a more sustainable, digital, and resilient future. Our multi-annual financial framework for 21 to 27 will help member states direct public investment and reform where they are most needed to achieve this triple transition. It provides for a long-term EU budget of an unprecedented 1.8 trillion of funding. Much of this funding is devoted to green and digital transition investments. If we are to recover fully and grow sustainably, we need to absorb the lessons of the crisis. And I want to highlight 3 key lessons. First, we need to uphold the EU single market, especially in emergency. Second, we need to address strategic dependencies, both technological and industrial, so that the EU is better protected from disruptions in supply chains. And third, the business case for the green and digital transition is stronger than ever. The single market is at the core of Europe's economic strength, but we saw we couldn't take it for granted. We will approach the 30th anniversary of the single market, and we need to do more. Therefore, we are putting in place a single market emergency instrument. But linked to this, the crisis showed us that there are structural challenges and fragilities in our value chains that we need to address urgently. These include overdependency on third countries for the supply of critical goods. The most prominent example of overdependency are raw materials. 98% of EU's rare earth elements supply come from China. 71% of EU's need for platinum come from South Africa, and more than 70% of global production of cobalt and tungsten is subject to export restrictions. The dependency on raw materials is having a very strong impact on many ecosystems. We need these materials for everything, including the technologies for green transition like battery, solar panels, and wind turbine. Let's take automotive as an example. According to our analysis, the automotive sector is the one that is suffering mostly from the supply shortages of chips. The share of firms in this ecosystem reporting shortages of materials and equipment in August 21 was almost 60%. But semiconductors are also heavily impacted. And the more our world becomes digital, the more we need these semiconductors. But today, 80% of global semiconductor production is located in Asia, while Europe holds only 10%. We need to retake control. This is why the Commission launched the European Raw Material Alliance in 2021, and why we are now working on an industrial alliance on semiconductors and on a European Chips Act. It is not about a push to produce everything we need in Europe. We simply need to diversify our supply chains in order to reduce over-dependency on a single country or region. Moreover, the EU aims to remain the top global destination for foreign investment. We need to make our local production more resilient and preserve Europe's security of supply. This goes to electricity as well. We all see the cost of electricity rising. The supply shortages affect us and continues to do even more in the months ahead. We need to boost energy independency and promote decarbonization, and we can do this by increasing the use of renewable sources like energy, like solar panels. Solar power will be key in achieving our Green Deal goals and is the fastest growing energy source globally and in the EU. We project that solar deployment in the EU will more than double by 2030 compared to today. This means that the pace of adding solar panels to the grid has to double in the current decade and triple thereafter. These time periods may seem like they are long, but for European companies it is tomorrow. And this brings me to the twin transition. In the medium term, all businesses need to become more sustainable and digital to continue economic activities. Economies, companies and their employees risk to be left behind as this transition accelerates. Therefore, we need to move now and quickly. And to support the transition of the whole economy, the Commission is co-creating green and digital transition pathways for the different industrial ecosystems in partnership with industry, public authorities, social partners and other stakeholders. We are focusing on the ecosystem for which the transition is most challenging. We are well aware of the importance of clusters to this transition and recovery, and we want to harness the enormous potential of clusters and ensure their members recover. As part of the EU's renewed industrial approach, there is a greater focus on industrial ecosystems, capturing the complex set of linkages and interdependencies among sectors and firms spreading across countries in the single market. Such ecosystems allow for a bottom-up approach that takes into account the specificities of business models. This approach incorporates the systemic importance of all the horizontal and vertical links among economic actors and thus stimulates innovation and makes SMEs keep up to the speed with the rapid changes in their sectors. The European Commission services have identified 14 industrial ecosystems, like tourism, mobility, transport, automotive, aerospace and defense, construction, agri-food, energy-intensive industries, textile, creative and cultural industries, digital, renewable energy, electronics, retail, proximity and social economy, and health. These industrial ecosystems have a marked pan-European nature, but their composition is very heterogeneous in terms of sectoral composition, size and scope. And clusters are a very important part in each of these industrial ecosystems and have capabilities to integrate different actors across geographical borders, sectors and scientific disciplines. We see the role of clusters in these industrial ecosystems as leaders of change, which push forward a vision of green and digital transition, communicate it, explain the rationale and help to implement it on the ground. Clusters can therefore play a significant role in the economic recovery and the longer-term economic success, accelerating twin, green and digital transition and building resilience. The European Commission has worked with the cluster organizations and their members to promote the development of world-class clusters with competitive industrial value chains that cut across sectors and regions. As a part of this, in the 2014-20 program for competitiveness of small and medium-sized enterprises called COSME, as well as under Horizon 2020, we promoted European cluster partnership with the involvement of over 1,000 cluster organization registered at the European Cluster Collaboration Platform. These European cluster partnerships encourage clusters to intensify collaboration across EU regions and cover a wider range of industrial sectors and thematic orientation, focusing on supporting innovation, internationalization, smart specialization investments, and capacity building. The European Commission would now like to build on this positive experience by establishing a number of joint cluster initiatives called Euroclusters, partnerships of cluster organizations which team up with other types of organizations. The aim is to develop and implement supporting measures for companies in and beyond their industrial ecosystems, and by doing this, create and reinforce vital collaboration networks at EU level with a view to improve the resilience of the industrial ecosystems and boosting their green and digital transition. To help in the implementation of the updated industrial strategy, the European Commission, with your involvement, will launch around 30 cross-sectorial, interdisciplinary and trans-European strategic joint cluster initiatives with a budget of 42 million euro. The call is launched with a deadline of 30th of November, and I strongly encourage to network with other EU clusters to innovate, adopt new technologies, train and go international. We had 460 participants from all over Europe at our info days for this call 2 weeks ago. But only 7 out of these 460 were from Poland. I do not know what are the reasons, but I believe more Polish clusters should be engaged in this European endeavor. And I think you can still look at the replay of this info day, so I really strongly encourage you use this opportunity. Beyond the single market program, there are many other funding instruments where clusters can benefit from and contribute. Let me just name a few of them. In the direct management, we have Horizon Europe with its Pillar 2 on global challenges and European industrial competitiveness. In the shared management, we have the Inter-Regional Innovation Investment and the Just Transition Fund, and of course, the main source of cluster support, the mainstream national and regional operational programs of the structural funds. The Enterprise Europe Network is organizing an online training on EU funding on 18th and 19th of November. I strongly encourage Polish clusters to register and have a full overview of funding programs available, their objectives and conditions to participate. This is a very good point for me to conclude with one important message I would like to pass. Green and digital transition, building resilience is a collective endeavor. It can only happen if all elements of the industrial ecosystem work together in the same direction. So clusters must work in partnership with other actors like the Enterprise Europe Network, Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs, industrial alliances, and our new industrial forum to help to make the green and digital transition a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Ola, very much for this important contribution to our conference. And I think that there is so many information which you delivered that it is difficult even to remember one by one. I think this is very important for all of us to remember at least about some dates you mentioned about those info days. It is a pity that Polish clusters didn't participate in those info days as much as they should. But okay, I think that there is a new opening, and after COVID situation, this is great crisis, undoubtedly. But let me say that this great crisis as somebody says, let's hope makes us stronger and give us chance to take new methods, new tools for development of companies and our clusters. So thank you very much, Ula, for your participation. Now let me switch to Polish. Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to conclude the first part of our Congress. We're going to start another panel at 11. This time it will focus on the role of regions in the funding for innovation in the new financial period in the EU. At the end of this panel, let me just summarize. We've heard a lot of interesting and important information. The Congress will not give us a chance to remember all the information. It's basically impossible to remember everything about the funding of clusters, funding available for enterprises and companies. I'd like to encourage you to go through source materials, to follow us, and perhaps watch our Congress several times. Of course, we're going to publicize a report on the Congress at our website, which will include a number of links, and they will help you to reach more detailed information and read more about things that are only marked during the conference. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the important and very busy speakers. I'd like to apologize for some technical and organizational problems. It's not easy to manage everything online. Thank you very much for staying with us during the first part of the Congress. I'd like to invite you to 11 o'clock for another panel, and now we're going to have a short break.
mamy mówić do mikrofonu, czy nie? One są już włączone, tak? Dzień dobry, dzień dobry. Bardzo mi miło Państwa powitać na
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, during this second plenary session of the 7th Congress of Polish Clusters. The role of regions in financing innovation in 2021-2027. I'm very glad to welcome you, even more so that we have a group of distinguished guests participating in our discussion during this second session. Let me welcome and introduce participants of this session. These will include Artur Soboń, the Secretary of State, plenipotentiary of the President of the Council of Ministers for Local Development, and the Marshal of the Świętokrzyskie Province, Andrzej Będkowski, Ewa Draus, the Deputy Marshal of the Podkarpackie Province, Zbigniew Ostrowski, the Deputy Marshal of the Kujawsko-Pomorskie Province, and Stanisław Szultka from the Marshal's Office of the Pomorskie Province, who's here with us in Szczecin. The partner for the second session is the West Pomerania Province. We are very glad, and I'd like to give the floor to Minister Artur Soboń to make an introduction to this session. Mr. Minister, can you hear us? Fantastic. I can see the minister in the screen. I'm very glad to welcome you, Minister. I just unmuted the microphone. We can hear you, Minister, very well. Yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in this part of the Congress. We've completed the technical issues, and now let me give you the floor for the introductory speech to the session. I'm very glad that you took the initiative to organize yet another Congress of Polish Clusters. I believe it's a very good formula for us to meet, discuss, and exchange opinions in this particular topic. It's important to exchange experience between companies, between clusters, and central, regional, and local administrations. It's even more important from the point of view of the operation of the clusters, and I'd like to welcome all marshals and representatives of local governments. I do not need to convince you or tell you about the importance of innovation. Innovation is included in the responsible development strategy, and the primary goal for the economic development of the country includes innovation. Innovation builds up our strength, innovativeness, competitiveness, and so on and so forth. And by spending this specific amount of money, we're able to produce better results. So both states and regions would like to support innovation through various solutions. From the very beginning, our government adopted a framework that helped companies to resort to the support scheme and tools, as well as the Industry of the Future platform, networking between institutions through the Łukasiewicz research platform, but we also offer tax incentives for companies when they invest in research and development and commercialize R&D results. This IP box is something very important for us and much expected or awaited by entrepreneurs. So we offer grants from EU funding and national funding as well, and these sources of funding are used to implement such ideas, from the idea development, research and development, and then to products and their commercialization. We offer tax exemptions as well as non-returnable funding, and we can see the results of these activities, positive results of these activities. If we analyze statistics, hard figures, the spending on R&D in companies comparing to GDP has been growing. Perhaps it is not yet the expected level, but undoubtedly we witness an increasing trend. The situation is the best in large companies, perhaps less favorable in medium-sized and small companies, but we'd like to incentivize all companies, regardless their size. 2,500 taxpayers use the tax exemption, and these figures have been growing year to year. We witness the development of startups and the use of funds offered at the level of 2 billion zlotys. This means that the assessment of the market is very positive regarding the funding, support funding offered. So it's worth investing in such projects. Some time ago, we adopted this demarcation line between the central level and regional levels. And in the new programming period, and in the new budget and the cohesion policy, we are going to continue such solutions. So we have the regional programs and regional strategies in particular provinces in Poland, in particular innovation strategies determining specializations, regional specializations, and allocating relevant funding there, including research and development. It seems that our joint role of the central administration as well as regional governments is to coordinate our activities to maintain the boundary between support funds so they complement and strengthen each other. The same applies to the distinction between regional levels and levels of individual cities. Since regions and cities are more familiar with local situation and the local support needed, they should focus on such support, whereas at the central level we can develop instruments that support those needs that are vivid at the central level. The rest should be left to regions. I believe that this strategy should produce positive results, and that'll be my introduction to the discussion during this session. And this should be a good opportunity for regional governments to show their potential. And I wish all clusters represented today many more good projects and further development. You're doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you for your word of opening that introduced the topic of this session. In fact, 2 tiers of financing and stimulating innovation in Poland, they should cooperate with each other, the regional level and the central level, in order to ensure the synergy effect. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us on the position adopted by the central authorities. Now, let us go down to the regional level and get to know how regions perceive the approach to innovation in the new perspective. Let me stress that the regions are important players in shaping the innovation policy in Poland, and they have a huge effect on how innovation in Poland looks. At the same time, we are in quite a difficult moment where we are only witnessing the finalizing works of the previous financial perspective, yet the negotiations on the new perspective have not been concluded yet. So today we can talk about what the assumptions are and what areas will be stimulated. We can talk about the expectations and demands in particular regions. So perhaps let us start with this more general view. We are lucky to be hosting here representatives of 5 regions. We function within one Europe, one Poland, but under various conditions and facing different challenges. I would like to ask our guests to present to us the main directions for innovation in your particular regions. The first one to speak will be the Marshal of Świętokrzyskie Voivodeship, Andrzej Będkowski. Sir, can you hear us? I can hear you perfectly well. Can you hear me? Yes. Mr. Minister, dear ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, thank you warmly to the Polish Association and the Cluster of Waste Management and Recycling for inviting me, my region, to participate in this Congress. I would like to state that this cluster is seated in Kielce, which gives us optimism for further future good work. Together, we are facing undertakings for waste management and recycling, and we are creating new business models as part of the circular economy. We are cooperating also with other clusters, for example, the bioeconomy cluster. I value this cooperation because I believe that it contributes to the development of competencies and mutual use of knowledge and experiences of our partners. Circular economy and innovative solutions have a huge effect on the social and economic development of individual regions and the country. Their funding has a key role in stimulating this development in the conditions of globalizing markets. Making a reference to the role of regions in financing innovation in 2021-2027, from the perspective of our voivodeship or province, let me enumerate a number of remarks. Some of them have already been made by the Minister and the host. The challenges arising from the need to maintain a further improvement of the competitiveness of Polish economy require strong foundations. In the current world, such foundations are innovation, openness, and cooperation. These determine whether the enterprises and then the whole economy will maintain or improve their competitive advantage. Well, any change of the characteristics of the Polish economy require various activities. Some of them to support companies in changing their models, in shaping and creating the right conditions for their innovation development. This is even more important for regions with less developed modern economy, with more difficult social and economic conditions. My voivodeship, Świętokrzyskie voivodeship, is one of such regions. To support economic development by innovation and research has been and is one of the most important policy points of the EU, which obligates all authorities of all levels to cooperate together within this area. The management board of Świętokrzyskie voivodeship is very serious about its role as a leader in building competitiveness of the region based on innovation, to improving the competitiveness and innovation by creating the right social, economical, and organizational conditions, and to grant financial support. All of these are one of the more important tasks for our voivodeship. Digitization, automation, AI, Industry 4.0 are the keywords here. Solutions that are aimed to ensure competitive advantage to our entrepreneurs. The question is now, how do we shape regional policy in order to support companies in introducing innovative solutions? Well, this definitely entails the need to create proper conditions that will contribute to investments by entrepreneurs into innovation. We develop frameworks for effective support of innovation. They are the regional strategy for innovation. The management board of our voivodeship in March this year adopted an updated strategy for innovation for Świętokrzyskie province for the period 2020-2030 plus. This policy creates the directions for our innovative development up until 2030. The regional strategy is a document of an operational and implementational character. This document points to the planned support for innovative actions undertaken based on the strategic goals, and they are to increase the innovativeness of companies, to help in transformation of the economy, and to increase the staff competencies. In the regional strategy for innovation, we emphasize the key role for cooperation between all stakeholders of the regional system for innovation. The management board, as a coordinator of this cooperation, aims at even stronger ties between such stakeholders. We will want to increase the potential of higher education institutions, innovation centers, business support institutions that have a direct impact on the innovativeness of the region. We have to emphasize that support in research on innovation will concentrate around branches identified as regional and smart specializations. The management board will continue the former formula for cooperation, which is based on consortia for the development of smart specializations of the voivodeship. Based on such consortia, various stakeholders gather and cooperate to create a dynamic, strong environment that impacts the development of the innovativeness of the most important sectors in our voivodeship. The commitment of the management board of the voivodeship in animating the cooperation within the regional system for innovation is of importance, and it brings clear added value. Not only are the global developmental conditions, but also the regional effects of the pandemic that affect our implementation of this regional strategy for innovation. We have updated our regional strategy for innovation also in order to better adapt to the changes that are coming. An example of that is the thing that we observed in the pandemic. It was a stepwise increase in the use of IT technologies. This tendency will probably be retained and will contribute to the development of innovation. Digital transformation is a huge challenge. As the management board of the voivodeship, we are consistent in running the regional policy for innovation. We will continue supporting the R&D in sectors that are of key importance for our region. The regional authorities, as coordinators of this process, using EU funds, will be considerably affecting the development of innovativeness in our region, thus influencing the economic development and the creation of jobs. This is how we want to act. These are the objectives we have posed for ourselves, and we hope that our region will have a lot of success in this area and will make a considerable progress on the way to the economic and social development of our region by implementing these projects. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Marshall, for your introduction. We can see that Świętokrzyskie Voivodeship is very active in facing up to the challenges that are included in the new financial perspective, taking into consideration the pandemic conditions. Now, I would like to ask another person to make an introduction about their view, about the approach to innovation. Zbigniew Ostrowski, Marshal of Zachodniopomorskie Voivodeship. I won't be original by saying that I'm glad too that this is already a 7th Congress of the Klastrów. These times are not easy as it comes to personal meetings. However, thankfully we have web-based solutions and we can meet just like we met last year. My predecessor spoke about the ending previous financial perspective. It is worth mentioning that in the previous perspective, the one that is ending right now, 1/4 of the funds from the perspective have been earmarked by us for innovative economy, widely defined not only as supporting or financing innovation in a direct way, but also creating financial tools that help in developing innovation. As it comes to our expectations concerning to the perspective that has begun, I would like to show to you a number of slides that will include our views and will allow me to make comments on our narrative. I think we can see the desktop on the Marshall's computer, so this looks like we are on a good path.
Być może kwestia polega tylko do wyboru, udostępnienia właściwego.
Maybe we just need to have the right screen made available the presentation screen and not the desktop screen. I think you are right. I think we've got it. So this is the presentation that I just mentioned. We can see it all great. Thank you. The overall objective as it comes to innovation is described in our strategy for the development of the voivodeship, and the title is the Strategy for Acceleration 2030, and the slogan is quality of life typical of highly developed European regions. The person in the center of attention. The strategy for acceleration of the Kujawsko-Pomorskie voivodeship is directly related to the economic development by leveling various economic regions between us and European economic leaders. It fits within the goals of our voivodeship very well. We can see that in all the programs related with economy, but also with the society. Services, for example, entailing the adapting of the society to receiving modern services and undertaking technology skills. As part of the consultations and shaping the new programs for economic development, innovation in economy has a very wide application as a marker for changes in social and economic transformations and development. The designing of the regional strategy for smart specialization is directly related to the economic development, and it is aimed at creating new models, new methods of innovation, and further use of them in social and economic activity when developing innovation and economy within the system of strategic documents of the voivodeship. The knowledge of the regional strategy for the innovation is a requirement in using funds from the new regional operational program. Overall, those theses that I'm going to talk about, there is one value hanging over them. It's not always clear to see. For years we've been learning how to cooperate with our economic stakeholders, partners. This cooperation is ongoing, and we are still learning about ourselves and about each other. We see that within our innovation strategies, what is very important is cooperation. Cooperation drives development, that's what everybody needs to be aware of. We have to use this simple lesson, which is sometimes difficult to implement. However, our strategy for the development of innovation is based on 4 pillars. 4 pillars that show different dimensions in how innovation can be supported. The first pillar is about the shaping of a high level of social development by high education skills so that the society is able to create innovation or innovative solutions that everybody can use in everyday life, so that the society has stuff to offer to innovative enterprises. The second pillar is about the development and support for R&D institutions, including cooperation with higher education institutions, which are the main conceptual centers where modern solutions are designed. Our experiences show that even outstanding scientific achievements not always end up implemented by the practitioners. So we want to not only monitor, but also guide on the way, offer such services to scientists that come up with good innovative solutions. That's why this year we established a voivodeship company that works in this specific field. And the patron for this company is Professor Jan Czochracki, an outstanding, renowned scientist, without whose achievements we would not be able to run this Congress today. because he separated liquid crystals and created foundations for the development of semiconductors. The third pillar is about the support of innovative solutions among those enterprises that can count on our care the most, which are small and medium-sized companies, by financing activities aimed at making them more modern, not only in terms of improving the quality of the services and technical solutions, but first of all, by innovative work. For 8 years now, in our office, there has been a voivodeship-owned company, Pomorsko-Kujawska Innovation Organization. That's the name. We've been able to run a number of projects through this company with great success, in my opinion. And the fourth pillar is one that combines activities with general digitization of all the areas of activity of the voivodeship as an infrastructural requirement for the process of innovation. How important the results and the effects are of such a direction is the situation of the pandemic. We found ourselves in this difficult time having solutions at our disposal that worked. Soon after the first lockdown was announced in March last year, we were able to open up our school across Poland, Kujawsko-Pomorska Internet-based School, where we were able to give 10,000 lectures, around 1,000 lectures. We had around 10 million users, which comes to show how useful these tools and how needed these tools are today. Now, the question about how our innovation policy will look in this new perspective, 2021-2027. It's not a coincidence that a more competitive, smart Europe that is a patron for the activity has been put here as the first political objective. Here we see how in a new perspective we intend to develop and continue these using the new RPO, which we call the Fund for the Development of Kujawy and Pomorze. For objective 1, we want to earmark almost 200 million euros, around 100 for the improvement of competitiveness of small and medium-sized companies, around 40 million for strategic objectives, and some amount of money, a substantial one too, for digitization. These will work for the benefit of our innovative objectives. We want to stress that we are aware of how important it is to promote issues of innovation. We are supporting the Congress of Polish Clusters, which is a result of our good cooperation with Bydgoszcz Industrial Cluster. It was together with this cluster that we learned how to effectively cooperate in various domains. Here you can see a number of brands of events that we participate in or we finance. Among them, Congress in Omara, Asiatic Congress, and a Congress that has developed a good brand last year, which is e-economy, to which we invite everybody every year to Toruń. Innofor fairs in Bydgoszcz are gaining in strength and popularity. They are organized by the Bydgoszcz Industrial Cluster. These fairs are developing hugely, and it comes to show how interest in such events is growing too. The development of the economy is not only about money. given directly for innovation, but it's also about such events that promote not only innovative brands of our voivodeship, but also are an opportunity to show the level of Polish innovation. We create conditions for the exchange of thoughts, the exchange of experiences. We organize B2B discussions, and we believe that our role is not only to promote, but also to organize the innovative life in the region. For that, we have funds. We are not in shortage of imagination, which is a feature not only of our region, but also of our country. We do have certain delays here, some distances to catch up with, but we're on a good path. Thank you, Marshall, for your presentation, which has shed some light on the approach adopted by Kujawsko-Pomorskie Voivodeship to innovation. Now, I would like to ask the Marshal of Podkarpackie Voivodeship, Ms. Ewa Draus, to take the floor. Ms., can you hear us?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me. Yes, we can. Mr. Minister, Professor, Marshals, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to the Congress of Polish Clusters and giving me the opportunity to share some of our experience in the Podkarpackie province. I will try to share my presentation with you. The Podkarpackie province my apologies. We just need to fix some technicalities. Thank you very much, Professor. The Podkarpackie province is some of the poorer Polish regions. Although we've been growing and developing regarding our share of GDP, we're 9th in the country, but considering the Eastern Poland macro region, we are the leader of development there and the level of industrialization, which is typical for our region. It is also linked with our smart specializations. The largest concentration of industry is in the southern part of the region. The former central industrial area, which after the system transformation has been developing successfully. In the other parts of the region, the industrialization is slower and poorer because there we have our green areas and a number of nature reserves. We enjoy much diversity of our industry. This has been reflected in our strategic documents and policy papers, which account for our development priorities. Innovation in the region is quite high, and we are the leaders among other regions in the country. We are even included in the EU statistics. This distinguishes us in the country, especially the large percentage of companies that are active in the area of innovation. Our region has the largest percentage of industrial and service companies developing innovative products and services. We also have the largest number of companies spending much on research and development, and we are ranked first as regards the financing of R&D from the budgets of our companies. In our region, we developed a system of innovation providing financial and non-financial support. Financial measures include subsidies under the current regional operational program until 2020 that has almost finished, and this program designated nearly 210 million zlotys for innovation for 85 projects. And we also support the development of R&D infrastructure. There are 18 projects for the budget of in excess of 100 million zlotys. The projects funded from the regional operational program develop innovative solutions. So there are examples of projects, for instance, the development of innovative hybrid new generation cables. We plan to develop new hybrid cables that contain optic fiber of unique parameters. Another project is to develop a new model of an airplane, Ecolot. The Ecolot project implemented a new plane of up to 600 kilograms of weight that has not been manufactured in Poland. And AG Motors developed a bicycle frame using innovative ecological materials, and this product can compete with similar products on the domestic and global markets. As regards non-financial support for innovation in the region, we've supported companies through our institutions. We've done that through our own projects, the projects implemented by provincial authorities. We developed the regional business support platform, providing business services, promoting the development of our SMEs. It is a dedicated electronic platform that supports networking of service providers, business environment institutions, and others. And companies can use regular services offered by business environment institutions operating in the region, but if need be, we can support tailor-made services that correspond to the individual needs of our companies. The value of the project is more than 30 million Polish zlotys. The second important project implemented by the region is the economic promotion of our regional companies. These include participation in fairs and exhibitions, study visits, and other business events, promoting contacts with prospective investors, partners, to broaden their business contacts. The value of the project exceeds 46 million zlotys. Yet another important project is entitled Smart Specializations as a tool for the growth of innovation in the region. The goal of the project is to monitor our smart specializations and business areas of significant potential to become regional specializations. Under this project, we support the discovery process among companies. The value of the project exceeds 5 million zlotys. At the same time, our regional government decided to establish units supporting enterprise. Just to mention the Regional Innovation Center, which was established under the Catching Up Regions initiative as recommended by experts from the World Bank. This fills a certain gap in the innovation system as regards the implementation of R&D in the region. The Innovation Center promotes cooperation between science and business in the field of R&D. The Innovation Center operates 3 platforms. One of them is the R&D project appraisal platform, offering a grant program for our scientists. The second platform includes the regional network of research laboratories that collects and provides information about laboratories and their services in the region. And the third platform is the Protolab platform, which provides space for development of knowledge and skills in the area of innovation, focusing on the academic community, students notably. Yet another important institution developed in our region is the Łukasiewicz Science Center, that is going to promote the idea of innovation and creativity from the youngest citizens, including children in kindergartens and schools. This will broaden their knowledge in areas that are included in our smart specializations. The Science Center will contribute in developing the social and human capital that will correspond to the needs of the regional innovation system. An important unit of the regional government is the Regional Development Agency. The Rzeszów-based agency provides management of the Science and Technology Park, which was established and continues its cooperation thanks to EU funding. The Rzeszów-based agency provides consultancy services, basic services and specialist services for our companies. And the agency contributes to the development of the regional system of research and development innovation through their own technology and innovation transfer center. A very important area of the activity of the agency is to implement projects and the development of the start-in platform promoting startups. At the same time, the region is involved in international cooperation with international clusters. In 2017, we signed a cooperation agreement with the Clean Sky Partnership aimed at reducing the negative impact of aviation on the environment. And we need to remember that aviation is one of our smart specializations. It is the most developed economic activity in the region. We are the only to have such a regional specialization. Therefore, the participation in international networks such as Clean Sky and the agreement creates a chance to synchronize R&D and implementation in the area of aviation funded from our regional operational program. and promote partnerships in the Clean Sky cluster. This provides an opportunity for our companies to implement more modern technologies, and companies participating in Clean Sky have the opportunity to continue their research and development of technologies and resort to the funding available under the regional operational program. In 2019, our region joined ESA-BIC Poland to establish a business incubator of the European Space Agency supporting startups. They support startups using space technologies. The goal of the initiative is to support enterprise cooperation between the science and business and support our SME sector. In 2017, the region joined the nearest network. It's a network of European regions utilizing space technologies, and this enables the development and utilization of satellite technologies, establishing partnerships between members of the network, attracting and implementing good practices in the area of satellite technologies, and the participation in the shaping of the European space policy. We plan to continue these activities in the new financial period. The regional government, which is very active in the cluster activity, and the region decided to initiate 2 more clusters. And in January this year, we signed a letter of intent on the establishing of the space cluster to develop space technology and satellite technology competences involving the science and business, in particular the Rzeszów-based University of Technology. The cluster will create conditions for the integration and the capacity to implement space technology to meet our satellite needs in the country. In November this year, we plan to sign an agreement on establishing the cluster. In May this year, we also signed a letter of intent on establishing the regional hydrogen valley, and in October this year, the councillors of our regional parliament adopted a resolution on joining the Regional Hydrogen Valley Association. The association will support the development of the hydrogen-based economy and building a sector of hydrogen industry in the region based on generation and production of hydrogen through electrolysis using renewable energy sources, and use hydrogen in heating, power generation, public transport, and industry. I'm approaching the end of my presentation. We also support the activity of more than 20 clusters, and 2 of them enjoy the status of core national clusters. The best known cluster is the Aviation Valley. In the next financial EU period, under the regional program, we plan to designate EU funding to support innovation and clusters, including seed clusters and emerging clusters, whereas core clusters will be able to receive financial support at the national level. This slide shows our innovation support system, the quadruple helix. And the regional government is at the core of the system, cooperating with various institutions, including local government, central government, institutions, agencies, central administration. And on the other hand, we have the sector of science, represented by universities and technology transfer centers. The sector of companies, where the cooperation is particularly important, is also represented, but also the society is represented in this structure. And the structures are very important partners while implementing the innovation system in the upcoming EU financial period. So the further development of the region and maintaining our position of an innovative and industry-based region utilizing latest technologies is very important in the new EU programming period. Thank you very much, Ms. Marshall. Thank you very much for a very thorough presentation. No wonder why Podkarpackie is ranked so high regarding innovation. The aviation industry and space technologies or hydrogen-based technologies are the areas where innovation is very much required. These are the areas of innovation having influence on other sectors of the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, we move from southeast of the country, from Podkarpackie to the west of the country. And now let me give the floor to Joanna Malon from the Marshal Office of the Lubuskie province. Ms. Director, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well, and I hope you can hear me. Hello to everyone. I'm sending greetings to Zachodniopomorskie Voivodeship, which is adjacent to ours. I would like to send greetings to everybody taking part. As it comes to the topic of today's debate, certainly certain activities undertaken by local governments are similar across regions. I would like to tell you about what we do as Lubuskie region to build innovation and to support enterprises using the funds available to us. I have a short presentation to show. I'm not sure if I know how to start it. Can you see it? Yes. Great. I know we're pressed for time, so a roadmap for Lubuskie innovation. We, as a small region, a region that, practically speaking, only recently, in the previous financial perspective, started building scientific and technological centers using the regional program. We have certain deficits, we know, as it comes to innovation and the development of innovation, but we have great companies in the region that have very great indicators in this respect. So we are doing anything that is needed to make sure that we are partners with them. One of the marshals that spoke before me stressed cooperation, and this is the only way to build innovation. Shortly speaking, as it comes to the challenges that we have posed for ourselves in the new perspective, which gives great financial support for such activities, include such activities that aim at supporting small and medium-sized companies and the business support institutions, including clusters, in a number of directions. They are similar to yours, so you're familiar with them. What is important to us is to support breakthrough innovation. That's what we want to bet on. As a region that has been so far taking small steps on the innovation path, we now want to bet on acceleration of sorts. That's why we carry out a number of activities. The main objective is to ensure networking. A huge activity in the form of workshops for 250 entities from the region, not only companies but also parks, business support institutions and higher education institutions. The workshop was meant to help us select a consortium which will be able to convince us, to encourage us in getting to the breakthrough innovation. This undertaking is halfway through. However, applications with partnerships have been submitted to us that have the capacity of creating a consortium which in the future will be able to create good, innovative projects, not only on a regional level. In this roadmap, we also have an activity named to make it easier to carry out innovation activity. That's part of our regional program. In our activities supporting the pursuit of such support is another objective of ours. There are a number of activities to be taken care of. We have started one of them to increase the prestige of higher education institutions locally. Another activity is to create a potential for our entities as it comes to supporting the R&D activity. Also, we want to make sure that this increased research and development leads to breakthrough changes. That's why I have stressed how important it is to build the complementary network of cooperation, supported by the smart specializations of the region. We also plan on a gigantic program which is aimed to support the development of innovation or innovative startups and to cooperate with scientists. This is a huge undertaking. As regards the support and facilities for the existing innovators on the scale of enterprises at many levels, from the initial phase to the final phase related to, for example, intellectual property protection, we envisage a number of activities that will make such a transformation easier. A transformation of approach or the intensification of R&D activities. Facilities, promotions, the enhancement of institutions that are pro-innovative by providing technological audit and innovation for small and medium-sized companies to promote the region as a place which is right for the carrying out of R&D and I activities. Another objective is to shape the innovation and technology awareness among our inhabitants, including the youth. Another plan is to encourage foreign investors to promote the region, to promote the activities of the higher education institutions, clusters, companies, authorities, and ambassadors of our innovative potential. As I have said, we have a large number of such activities. We cooperate with the Forum of Innovation, which gathers the main actors of the innovative stage. We meet, practically speaking, every month. Each our decision is consulted with others. We never take decisions that have not been thoroughly thought through. I've talked about activities supporting higher education institutions or scientists. We also cooperate with international research and development networks. We publish joint publications with business actors. We consolidate works between scientists too. So we have planned a very large number of activities. As it comes to the building of competitive advantage, we need to enhance ourselves on many levels to direct the proper funds to the market. We also have to support R&D and activities as part, for example, of Lubuskie Center for Research and Development. And there are many more. Of course, as part of promotion of innovation, we try to reward innovators. We have companies that are very well advanced technologically, which produce well-known products globally. They are innovative products, and we want to keep encouraging them to further their efforts. As it comes to our activity related to the building of the innovation system, then obviously by cooperating through the Innovation Forum, we exchange help and competences between people who are experienced in it. We cooperate with a number of scientists from a number of research and development centers from our region, and I think that the Lubuskie province is on the good path to increase its position of an innovator. Our region is not large. We do not have a big number of research and development centers, so there are some deficits we need to catch up with or make up for, but we are doing this dynamically. Our aim is to make sure that this brings about a prompt reaction or response in the market. We have great partners, for example, the metallic cluster working in the Lubuskie region, which is now participating in a procedure for the construction of a consortium, which defines itself as an Industry 4 consortium, where research and development work will be expanded there. We are keeping our fingers crossed for this project and for the future of the cluster. Thank you, Director, for your presentation. I think that all regions, as we see now, have the sense of being pressed for time to catch up, to make up for certain gaps in innovation. It all looks very promising for your region. Now we are moving on to someone who's here. Mr. Stanisław Szutka, a director from the Marshal's Office for Pomorskie Voivodeship. I would like you to take the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the floor and for giving me the opportunity to present to you the perspective of Pomorskie Voivodeship. I would like to speak to you about 4 matters. Let me begin with the fact that 4 years ago, the management board of Pomorskie Voivodeship carried out a prioritization and chose 4 smart specializations. I'm not going to provide to you the full names because they are quite long. However, the first one is related to the maritime economy, both shipyard industry and logistics for the hinterland. The second specialization was related to ICT. The third one was energy related, especially as it comes to renewable resources and also the matters of construction. And the fourth one, health related, priority for pharmacy, pharmaceuticals, health prevention, food industry, and functional foods. I'm talking about this for 2 reasons. One, because we recently ran a survey on a representative number of respondents. On the one hand, we tested enterprises in smart specialization sectors and in other sectors. We wanted to compare them to see if the smart ones had a larger potential. When we defined the specializations, the criteria were like this: where is the biggest potential and where are the biggest chances and opportunities for development. The specializations were to be drivers of development, and they were supposed to help transform the company to become more innovative. From the first survey, we learned that the smart specialization enterprises are more innovative, invest in research and development more often, but they are also entering international markets to a higher degree. They have a bigger share of experts, and at the end of the day, they are in a better financial condition. There's always this question whether it is because we selected them well and because we delivered support to them, we as the authority. However, the fact is that indeed these areas are today more innovative, more competitive, and more dynamic. The second reason for which I have been mentioning these specializations is that if we took a look today at the potential and the challenges faced by the region, and more broadly, not only by our region, then basically we could say that this choice is still there and it is still very good. I don't need to convince anyone in Szczecin why they should bet on maritime economy specializations and why the Pomeranian region has to bet on it. But if we look at the others, ICT, energy and health-related priorities, these are actually the most important developmental challenges for us. ICT, digital transformation at the European level, the green transformation, energy transformation, the second priority area. These are two priorities that are also talked about in EU funds. And that's also been mentioned before by a representative of the EU Commission who mentioned that very clearly. And the health-related priority, even this formula of this Congress today reminds us why we should take care of our health. Health not only as treatment, but also as health prevention. That's why we, in the further perspective, continue to bet on these specializations as key priorities. That's the first point. The second point is, I would like to make a reference to what the minister said when he spoke of the central level and the demarcation line. We indeed do look at our role in supporting innovation like this. We perceive that there is this central level. Second of all, there is the international level, like the Horizon program. Coming back to the central level, there is NCEN, a Center for Science and Education. There are ministries responsible for the research area, and we want to find those places where there is a need to supplement a certain gap or to go to a lower level. Maybe, for example, a priority might be so specific as it is not reflected on the national level. That's where we want to act. And second of all, we indeed, in a sense, more in this perspective than in the previous one, we want to treat our activities as a vehicle for obtaining funds from outside the region. Of course, domestic funds too, but in particular, what I mean is EU funds. The share of our businesses from the Pomeranian region in various undertakings outside the region. That is one of the key objectives for us. And a third element, a third point that I'd like to discuss is that we indeed try to look at our role in supporting innovation in a comprehensive way. In the previous speeches, there have been elements of this too. But I would like to stress clearly that it's not only research and development, but also internationalization. Why? Because experts and innovation are interrelated. They drive each other and they drive the competitiveness of businesses. And we, apart from the activities such as financing research and development projects or soft activities, we also carry out, as part of strategic undertakings, such activities as expert broker. This is a regional activity involving a huge number of regional institutions where we created a common brand, a vehicle that supports enterprises in international markets. But also, we are also starting to support internationalization, not only with regard to businesses and promoting trade contacts, but also in finding partners for research projects or soft projects, networking projects, for example, for Klastrów. Certain relationships have been built in the previous perspective, and now why should we not use them, as we can see clear synergy effects available? As it comes to attracting investors, we have a vehicle called Invest in Pomerania, which is more promotional in nature, and it attracts investors to invest in the areas that are of priority to us. This is becoming more and more important because today I believe that in many regions we are not looking at investments in such a way that we should attract any investment possible because there is a huge unemployment rate and it doesn't matter what kind of jobs we give them. No, we have a low unemployment rate and people with skills are becoming rare and rare, more rare and rare, so we can be more selective. There's another thing I would like to mention, which is consultancy services to support the transformation of enterprises. This has been functioning within the former financial perspective, but we want to focus on it in the new perspective too, especially directing ourselves at productivity, increasing the productivity of enterprises. In particular, we see the gap of lower productivity, not only between Pomeranian enterprises and German enterprises or French or UK enterprises, but also we perceive a difference in productivity between the Polish small-sized enterprises and large or medium-sized enterprises. So, in this area, the activities that we carry out are directed at the smaller-sized enterprises. Perhaps one more word about the support ecosystem. This is related to the fourth point, actually. And there we have also planned on a project which is a sort of continuation of our former Smart Progress project, which in the current perspective has been started in the last years. It continues on the networking activity to discover whether the recovery of competences is of importance. In the next perspective, we want to continue. We want to expand it by including clusters, by cluster organizations, by groups of companies that we want to support. Because we see, just like we did see in the previous perspective, that cooperation with the external environment was very important. Our process of selecting smart specialization was a bottom-up approach. Certain interested organizations had to come to us to ask to join. We have maintained it, we have continued it, And in the new financial perspective, we want to continue this. However, what we perceive is that within the framework of these 4 specializations, there are areas in which certain smaller theme-based groups are emerging, groups of entities that want to cooperate more strictly, more closely. Obviously, in the initial stage, they require certain support. That's an obvious thing, and we do want to provide them with such support through the cluster vehicle. Also, because what we want to achieve is that on the economic side, we have partners to discuss with, to work with on defining the needs and challenges, or partners who are ready and capable institutionally to implement certain undertakings. Like I said before, for example, to enter international partnerships. That is why we do provide, or we want to provide such support to clusters as part of this undertaking and to intensify these clusters. In a sense, we also want clusters or the groups that emerge to become a system of smart economic intelligence and to be able to serve the transformation of priorities, the transformation of topics that are important. At the beginning, we assumed that perhaps not all clusters, especially those that have received our support, will maintain or remain in the market in the longer run. They might not, we know that, but our support is, for example, aimed also to help to verify whether the given topic, the given area, the given trend has an opportunity to develop or it will not. And we will be proven wrong. So there's an element of certain evolution to this, evolution of these smart specialization areas. These are actually the 4 elements I wanted to talk to you about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director, for your presence during the conference and for telling us about the approach of the Pomorskie province in the area of supporting innovation through clusters. We're at the Congress of Clusters. I wanted to ask a number of questions to speakers, questions related to the role of clusters and the way you view energy and digital transformation. This will be an opportunity for us to learn different approaches to these areas in different regions. We face similar challenges. We all, as we could feel, understand the pressure of time, and we call our strategies fast-track strategies or introduce complementary institutions to our systems of innovation. This also shows that smart specializations cover the areas of innovation in regions and require additional support instruments and institutions that will support the development. Ladies and gentlemen, the time of our second plenary session is almost finished. We don't have time for a Q&A session. We will discuss things backstage, though it won't be possible to the full extent. Those of you who will be here with us will probably discuss these topics during the break. I'd like to thank you very much for your participation. I'd like to thank speakers, ministers, representatives of marshal offices, and all of you who followed us. Thank you very much indeed.
Cztery, zrobiłem ci wiązeczkę jak tam, super. 4 elementy. Tak poszerzyłem.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa serdecznie w kolejnym...
Ladies and gentlemen, during our next session, this time on new cluster policy in Poland and in the EU. My name is Piotr Kryjon, and it will be my pleasure to moderate this session. Attendees of this session include Marek Przeor from the European Commission, Beata Lubos, Director from the Department of Innovation and Technology, the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology, Monika Antalowicz, the Polish Agency for the Development of Enterprise, Stanisław Szultka, Director from the Marshal Office of the Pomorskie Province, and Arkadiusz Kowalski from the University of Economics, Warsaw University of Economics. The main question is whether changes in the environment of Polish clusters, both in the domestic area and international area, do they really force changing our priorities in cluster policies implemented at the national and European levels? Today, I would like you to discuss whether indeed new conditions for clusters influence changes in policies. Let me first give the floor to comment this statement and to tell us about trends on the Polish market and the global level to Professor Arkadiusz Kowalski, representing the Warsaw School of Economics. Can you please display the presentation? Can you hear us? Professor, over to you. Can you hear me well? Yes. Excellent. Thank you very much for inviting me to the Congress. I was caught by surprise because I expected to speak as the last one, whereas I'm the first in this session to take the floor. It seems that trends influencing the cluster policy and making it ever more important in recent years is that clusters are very important components of innovation systems. Innovativeness and taking care of innovation in the context of Industry 4.0 technologies. This is the prevailing trend and the direction of technology transformation, everything that's included under the heading of Industry 4.0 and related technologies, namely the use of the Internet of Things or the industrial Internet of Things, automation, big data, analytics, blockchain technologies, something we are familiar with regarding Bitcoin, but this also can be of potential importance for clusters. Quite recently, I ran workshops for Polish clusters. In Poland, it's rather fledgling, but in Spain, clusters use blockchain technologies to record the entire chain of value and everything that happened in the value chain, from abstracting resource to the final product. I'm familiar with an example of a cluster in Spain which documents the production of their wine as a regional product. All transactions are recorded using blockchain technology. The blockchain technology does not allow to revert all transactions that have been recorded, and also one of Polish clusters consider it to be a very important technology because while producing food or food supplements, the registration of all transactions can be very important. So the Industry 4.0, the fourth industrial revolution, and on top of that, the Green Deal policy at the EU level. The European Commission treats clusters as one of many tools for the implementation of the Green Deal policy and the integration of SMEs within the policy. This may not seem particularly important, but it is important what companies and we ourselves will be able to see in our bills for energy. So the implementation of Green Deal with the involvement of clusters and the involvement of digitalization and the Industry 4.0 technologies, all these components can play an important role in the implementation of the Green Deal. We even talk about introducing digital models of the Green Deal and combining Industry 4.0 and Green Deal priorities. Concluding, let me note one thing. While discussing trends in Europe and in the world, the cluster policy is an organic policy, which perhaps it's not the most popular. Yesterday, we heard the decision of the Monetary Policy Committee on increasing interest rates, and this caused a lot of discussions and stir in our society in Poland. But still, we can discuss clusters more often, but still, a large part of our society will not know what clusters really are. The monetary policy is a policy that implements the nominal sphere. I represent the approach of Milton Friedman supporters, but there are certain instruments that also support cluster policy. This is particularly important. And finally, let me conclude my intervention by saying that we've been discussing the cluster policy, something that was developed initially at Harvard, but the implementation of the idea is tremendously important in Europe, in Asia, and in America. The cluster policy is usually adjusted to a specific economic system. In the United States, we have rather real economic structures such as the Silicon Valley. In Asia, they focus on attracting direct foreign investment, and in Poland and Europe, clusters are treated as a tool to intensify cooperation between actors, between companies, to reach the critical mass regarding the development of technologies. Clusters can be very universal tools of growing importance in the context of global trends and European trends and the fourth industrial revolution. There is a huge potential for clusters, although the implementation of the Industry 4.0 revolution in Poland is still rather low. Opportunities are growing, the needs are there, and they will increase year after year. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the intervention. As we can see that there are multiple factors influencing the cluster policy and changes in the environment of clusters, and this influences the perception of clusters and the use of the idea of clusters for the implementation of the policy. But in order to create a full picture and to understand how clusters operate in Poland, I'd like to ask a question to Monika Antonowicz from the Polish Agency for the Development of Enterprise. According to your survey and the benchmarking of clusters, in 2020. Can we say something more about the population of clusters operating in Poland? The benchmarking survey that we've been implementing since 2010, the last survey of 2020, delivers information about the population of clusters in Poland, activities they are involved in, their results. And this helps us to understand the potential of clusters in the country. And we can be certain that clusters are strong organizations of high competencies. Employees of cluster members have high level of skills and competences, and clusters are very good platforms for promoting cooperation between science and companies, and they help companies to develop. They trigger the development in companies. They help companies to be more visible on their local, regional, and national and international markets, and they promote export. According to our survey, the benchmarking survey in particular, should follow recent trends. In the last survey, we examine the level of digitalization in companies that are members of clusters and the preparedness of clusters to the process of digitalization. And we know that out of 41 clusters that participated in the survey, clusters dealing with ICT, 100% of companies there are digitalized. In non-ICT clusters, the level of digitalization is roughly 47%. So we can see certain trends that clusters follow. Regarding Industry 4.0, according to the survey, 1/4 of cluster members fit into the objectives of Industry 4.0. All clusters and their activity is in line with KISS. At least one KISS is in each cluster, and they fit into national and regional specializations. Roughly 55 members of cluster fit into the regional smart specializations, and this can also be used to develop policies at the regional and national levels. We also examined the activity of clusters for the benefit of the environment. Many of them already have environmental policies, and they help their members to become more environmentally friendly. There are a number of initiatives supporting eco-innovation, alternative sources of abstracting resources and energy. And these are the main potentials. The benchmarking survey shows us whether the cluster policy is sufficiently successful. We test the internationalization capacity of clusters, and we can see that the support provided by the agency to core clusters, namely 233 measure, under our program, supports the export in clusters and export efficiency. And this influences the overall potential of our clusters. Last year, during the Congress, one of core clusters, the metal processing cluster, represented by Sebastian Rynkiewicz, and Sebastian mentioned that clusters see that such export instruments increase competences in clusters, stimulate companies to be more active on the market, and to be more open for cooperation at the local, regional, and international levels. Of course, clusters need to be more open locally for new members, for joint activities with local governments, for instance. According to our survey, we learned that clusters are highly advanced technologically, perhaps not all of them, because not all clusters focus on advanced technologies and their use, but there is a group of clusters established after 2015, young, dynamic clusters which are agile and have very high level of digitalization among their members, and they are interested in becoming drivers of the cluster community, and in the nearest future they would like to apply to become the national core clusters. They develop their potential and they would like to contribute to economic development at the national level. One of very important recommendations after this survey is based on the potential. And I believe this will support the implementation of the national, regional, and local cluster policies. Clusters enjoy huge potential to become more active in the development and implementation of the policy. They can provide services. They do not need to receive support in terms of funding, but they can also share their knowledge, and they may become drivers distributing funding and support R&D cooperation. They can create innovation. They can create new services and products in regions, and they can contribute to the educational offer. Clusters have become very strong in the area of dual education, and they contract special courses at universities to meet local needs. These were the results of the benchmarking survey. It's worth mentioning that clusters are incubators for new clusters. New clusters can learn from those that are well established on the market. We have identified 60 good practices, but because of the methodology of the survey, we could present only 12 good practices in the final report. So I'm very much impressed by the activity of clusters, the way they can share knowledge with local government, central government, and other clusters as well. These issues are very important and very interesting. And our survey highlighted needs that clusters have. For instance, they face problems with certifying their activity. The labeling system has changed, and such labeling and certification involves much funding, and we take into account their requests, for instance, provision of grants to apply for further funding. And I'd like to mention that there are also other activities implemented by the agency which show that while comparing Poland to other countries and the activity of clusters there, we can say that our clusters are excellent in the participation policy. The policy of clusters cannot be the cluster policy cannot be developed without clusters, and they can be involved into a dialogue with governments. And clusters would like to be active. Just an example of the green chemistry cluster, which is a member of the sector council. And clusters do have a huge potential. They are mature enough to contribute to the development of the policy, not just implementing small projects supporting their member companies. Thank you very much for the intervention. As you can see, there are two main issues highlighted in the two interventions. We have a rough picture of trends that we've been facing, namely a growing digitalization process and the implementation of the EU Green Deal and consequences of the pandemic on top of that, and the weakening of supply chains and new opportunities regarding the functioning of Polish clusters and the new potential for cooperation. Let me ask the following question. Since we have the picture of the current situation, what is the situation regarding the implementation of the cluster policy from the point of view of the EU Commission? Are there any components of the cluster policy to be implemented by the Commission in the new programming period 2020-2027? And let me ask Mr. Przeor from the European Commission. Can you hear us?
May I show a slideshow? Can you see it or not? Yes, we can. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to take the floor. From the point of view of the EU, we can talk about a new cluster policy or a renewed one, but the activities are definitely determined by the industrial policy that I'm sure you have heard of, and by the main three blocks that reiterate these issues: green transformation, digital transformation, and global competitiveness. These assumptions behind the industrial policy have had to be updated by the experience we have gained throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, especially those related to the problems that have emerged with barriers to a free flow of people, goods and services. Therefore, as you know perfectly well, these problems have been very adverse to the economy, and this has got all of us thinking. The clusters, which have been used very positively, have contributed to the development of the vaccines and to finding the solutions to bridge the gaps along the supply chains. This has been ensured thanks to our clusters that have been intensively involved. Now, we are working very intensively on making sure that clusters participate in the production of pharmaceuticals. But before I move on to this, I'd like to say that the three main blocks have been enhanced, updated, to increase our market's resilience to short-term fluctuations and the structural challenges that we have. In our update, we have enumerated 127 products that Europe depends on very much. 50% of them come from China. So we are very much dependent on China in certain aspects, especially as it comes to pharmaceuticals or rare natural resources. Therefore, our pursuit will now be directed at recovering strategic autonomy in these aspects and use this crisis to accelerate the green transformation and the digital transformation. Within this context, what fits well is the three basic priorities for the clusters that have been developed by a group of people involved in cluster policy in the member states and the practitioners, cluster managers employed within the expert group. This is a document that I am sure you have had a chance to familiarize yourselves with. The first three main elements are that the clusters should take over the leading role in green transformation, so that they are active, so that they create. We have examples of clusters that face actively up to this challenge. Or you can have a passive approach, waiting for the market to change you. However, you can try to change the market yourself. And our response to this at the European level is that we should motivate the clusters to be the leaders of such transformations. They should also be leaders in accelerating the digital transformation. We've talked about Industry 4.0. Now we are starting to talk about Industry 5.0, which integrates humans with automation, machines. I think that this digitalization, especially in the traditional sectors where it is now indispensable, there is a huge role to play by ICT clusters in Poland. Another thing is that clusters should be involved in the building of skills in adapting to the changes to the value chain, ensuring that no access to resources is lost. As we promised last year that we would do, we have been doing this, or working on this for a year, and now we are just we are about to start a toolkit that will, as we assume, be able to show the possible available practices from member states, both on the national, regional and local level. We have examples from various levels, areas, from digitalization, from green economy, from responsibility, and from horizontal strategic challenges related to innovation, competences, the building of competences, internalization, and the basic functions of clusters, which is to provide services to its members, or to accumulate and share knowledge. All this in compliance with the 15 points of our recommendation. Now it will be going a validation and verification process together with our experts from the working group, and in December this year we are planning on presenting the results. At the same time, we have been running studies on updating the statistics related to clusters and the positioning of clusters in Europe. Right now, we have 1,105 organizations registered with us, of which 73 are from Poland. Some of them have been activated, have been updated, some others have not, but updating is necessary because we will be consolidating different clusters based on updated information. I see that over 40 have updated out of the 73 Polish clusters that we have. Next year, we are launching a renewed contract, ECCP. This is a hub platform for European clusters where we'll be running matchmaking, especially in respect of the problems that have emerged along the value chain. We will be supporting exchanges between members of clusters. We will be running an academy of clusters where we will be betting on increasing the competencies of various clusters. In each week, sessions with clusters will be run so that everybody is up to date with what is going on. Could you please turn off the window that obstructs the view? Which one do you mean? In our screen, we have a black box in the very center of the screen that obstructs our view. I don't have this. On my side, everything is all right. What about now? No, we cannot see the changes. Maybe I'll close this and open it up again. Perhaps you could change the desktop. This might be the problem. What about now? Yes, great. Yes, I had to turn it off and on. This is very important because this is an element of animating the whole area of clusters across the EU. Now, concluding, it's crucial that there is a need for cooperation with other networks too. They overlap each other. They are Enterprise Europe Network and Digital Innovation House, the clusters of which participate, and we will be trying to ensure that there is cooperation not only on the European level but also the local level. Another element added to this strategy is the one of industrial ecosystems. There are 14 of them, and we will be working within this context. They are understood as interactions between various actors, not only business actors, but also all others that affect the given ecosystem. I encourage you to take part in the recruitment process. We run this every 3 years. In the newest one, we want to educate clusters within particular ecosystems and across ecosystems that will lead to the solving of a specific problem. For example, related to the acceleration of green transformation, digital transformation, or with making us resilient to challenges along the value chain. The 30th of November is the end date for the recruitment process. You are all invited. I think that the key domestic clusters should participate. Otherwise, we will be left outside of the main EU mainstream. 460 clusters, or persons, excuse me, have been participated in the info games we had in the middle of the month, and only 7 of them came from Poland, which shows the gap. So you are encouraged and invited to network with other clusters in Europe, because this will certainly help not only in identifying issues, but also in building new competencies. We also have other instruments that have been launched by now. There are various recruitment processes at the European level, for example, Horizon Europe or Innovation Fund or Intelligent Innovation Investments, which is about to be launched. I encourage you to monitor this website. Summing up, clusters, as we see them, have an opportunity to very intensively enhance and help the cooperation between small companies. A large portion of the funds are earmarked for small-sized companies by clusters. Clusters have also the competence that allows them to support others as sustainable advisors. This is related to environmental protection, which will be launched soon. Clusters have also the possibility of being the integrator for funds at various levels to help ensuring synergies. And clusters can be the beneficiaries of such services too. I would like you to be encouraged to look at funds not only as funds for specific developments, but also as tools for any other related issues. We will be soon ensuring that we are a panorama for you to look up to as it comes to all funding possible from EU funds. A matchmaking event on the 11th and 12th November this year. I'd like you to draw your attention to this. And another one on the 25th of November, and yet another one on the 29th and 30th, where pharmaceuticals will be discussed against COVID-19. Right now, the registration has been not there. The registration for the first one in Singapore has been closed. Next year we will be running this event together with Canada and South Korea. As far as I know, Polish clusters do not participate in such matchmaking events, sadly. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir, for your interesting presentation. I think it's worth mentioning or emphasizing a number of elements from this presentation. Something that makes us glad is definitely the decisive emphasis on clusters as leaders of green transformation. Green transformation brings opportunities, especially to the small and medium-sized enterprises. Another element that I noted down is the question of synergy between various instruments realized by the EU Commission. Another point is an appeal from the Commission for clusters to be more active with regards to initiatives, especially that they should build consortia and network clusters at European levels. And another appeal is that data should be updated. The data that the EU Commission has at its disposal for the purposes of implementing the cluster policy. So that we have an overall picture of the cluster policy, what is indispensable is that we include the domestic dimension. I would like to ask Beata Lubos to take the floor, Director from the Minister of Economic Development and Technology. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I would like to say hello to everybody participating in the event. We, together with the Cluster Society and other stakeholders, have been making sure that we are always present. I congratulate you on this initiative of this conference. As it comes to the cluster policy, we are trying to be consistent in realizing those assumptions of the cluster policy that have been worked out with the cluster environment, with regional authorities, our partners from the central authorities, from agencies that implement the cluster policy. In this context, from my speech, no news should be expected, no surprises should be expected. As you know, we place the cluster policy on two legs. On the one hand, we bet on enhancing, on strengthening clusters, and I would like to say what my predecessors have said. We believe that clusters are the basis for building international competitiveness of companies. They generate external effects, they assist cooperation, and such cooperation brings up the profitability or productivity of cluster companies. We can see, therefore, a lot of positive elements coming out from cluster cooperation, which for the structure of the cluster and for its business members generate added value. The fact that competitiveness does not rule out cooperation. The second leg is a developmental policy based on clusters. And here I support what Marek Scherer said, that the main axes of green transformation and digital transformation should be continued. New shocks, new challenges, new crises. We should be resilient to this. We should know how to cope with problems, and all of this is easier if we cooperate. I believe that clusters, including Polish clusters, have proven that under such difficult circumstances, they are better off together. I would like to say thank you to the whole cluster environment who has been active throughout the pandemic. Also in relation to the public administration. To us, it is a huge advantage that we have this big red button that we can press in an emergency, and through this get information from a long list of enterprises, and based on such information make our decisions about, for example, the sanitary safety or the further and further lockdowns. This convinces us to bet on the second leg even more, which will support the implementation of public policies using clusters. As Marek said, clusters, as of now, are through by and for are an emanation of our domestic cluster policy. What you're going to see in the new support tools will be appearing in the new operational central and regional programs. There will be 3 words spoken of: nutshell clusters, developmental clusters, and key clusters. I believe that this division is already familiar to you. This division between the central and regional levels will be based on the fact that the nutshell and developmental clusters will be taken care of by the regional level. The domestic policy will be about the key domestic clusters and the developmental clusters, which are over regional ones. What makes me very glad is the results of the benchmarking of clusters. As one of my predecessors has said, that the group of clusters that are aspired to be included in the strategic clusters is growing. We can see the same emerging from the current competition where applications have been submitted for being defined as a strategic cluster. This will be reflected in the support instruments that we want to propose to clusters and to businesses that could be eligible for such support using the cooperation vehicle within the framework of a cluster. We'll be talking about activities that are very similar to those that have been realized in the previous perspective. Works on improvements and have been carrying it on the central level. We want to be able to enhance the potential of key clusters and to utilize new services using new knowledge to increase new potential in these areas. But this we want to also encompass the KKK kindergarten, as we refer to this. These are clusters that are on the way to become excellent clusters, but are not yet eligible to become strategic clusters. So we want to bet here on building skills that are more and more needed, more and more professional, to offer such services to members of the cluster. As it comes to key clusters, for certain, this is a huge chance for us to attain the level of international competitiveness of enterprises. And in this context, we will be trying to support the clusters in their activities aiming at internationalization and their innovation activity. Nothing new here, perhaps apart from the new discovery of the activity 237. No one expected that, but By the way, I'd like to mention that we are in the middle of discussing with our partners, including the Ministry of the European Funds and Regional Policy and others, the EU Commission, for example. This is a stage at which I can only indicate a certain direction for our activities to you. As it comes to the developmental policy based on clusters, we count on being able to propose a new activity, new action. However, this process is not yet advanced enough. We have ideas on our drawing boards, and these are areas in which we would like to use clusters to support enterprises, just like Marek Przeor said, in the areas of digitalization, green transformation. There are huge challenges ahead of businesses as it comes to adapting to the Fit for 55 requirements. Also, the question of the circular economy, low-emission economy, the entire energy transformation and support in accessing employees. It gives me pride to see how our key clusters are dealing with these basic problems related to access to qualified staff and how it can be ensured that some employees are working in a more profitable way and can cooperate with many different enterprises to gain experience. We count on engagement in economic promotion, a vehicle for the networking and promoting of smart specialization, and the building of local sectoral ecosystems based on smart specializations. This context, the context of service provision to enterprises and the implementation of certain policy in terms of digitalization is emerging very often in the context of certain investments in clusters that would have to be implemented. In particular, I'm thinking about infrastructural and investment purchases related to the building of sales and purchasing platforms that reinforce purchasing in this difficult time, and they create one strong purchasing group out of a number of businesses. This is one of the ways in which we can face up to the current challenges related to the access to raw materials. To us, this is one of the main slogans for the implementation of the future policy based on clusters. Here I would like to stop and say thank you. Thank you, Director, for indicating to us the new elements, especially as it comes to the new clusters that are applying, that have the potential, and for showing the role for the domestic key clusters that want to follow in the footsteps of others related to increasing international competitiveness. Now I would like to ask Mr. Paweł Szeremeta. This question is about the regional dimension, a question that is often asked: how to encourage an enterprise to be more active in cluster activity? Whether you, on the regional level, perceive this trend that there is an increasing number of enterprises that want to be members of clusters. Are there any instruments available at the regional level that can support this activity?
It's very little time left, so I will not have to provide a very elaborate answer to this question, which is quite a difficult one. Do companies want to contact clusters? We can't see any exodus, but on the other hand, we cannot see any pressure on joining clusters. Some clusters have closed, but the contacts between companies remain. As regards ways of supporting clusters. These should be rather defined by clusters and cluster members themselves. The support provided in this region corresponds to the structure of the region. So cluster structures, human resources, and export are some of the strengths of our clusters in the region, and we are very efficient in these areas. There is slightly less optimistic situation regarding the innovation and internationalization, which should be the main driver for the development of companies, especially in the 21st century. These clusters should, as expressed by Marek and Beata, that internationalization can be an added value for the companies which would like to expand beyond the region or the country. This is also a paradigm shared by the ministry. We'd like to shift from the support of member companies or the support to clusters as organizations. This has already been done. We would like to focus on the functional approach. We will try to cooperate with clusters. We would like to involve clusters to perform some of the public tasks. And I mean clusters as organizations rather than companies that are members of the clusters. We are in dialogue with companies, with clusters. We ask them what they really want. I'm very glad that the European Commission is open to clusters again. It's good news because considering what the Marshal has said at the beginning, 3,500 clusters in Europe employing more than 50 million people, this is a serious power that we should take into account. So concluding, I'd like to encourage companies to join clusters. And finally, as regards the Western Pomerania province, almost all smart specializations are covered by clusters. It is a specific argument and an aspect of cooperation while creating policies for the distribution of EU funding within the areas of smart specializations. So clusters are within this stream of supporting the regional economy. So if there are any people following our Congress and representing companies that are not members of clusters, I'd like to encourage you to become such members. It's a very good signal from the Marshal's office, but the same can be heard from any institutions, all institutions dealing with clusters. And I'd like to ask Stanisław Szultka from the Marshal's office of the Pomorskie region, what is your experience regarding smart specializations? Is it really so that clusters support smart specializations and their development? Are they a good module to strengthen such specializations? And what are the plans for the new upcoming programming period? There were several questions included in what you've said. I'd like to respond by referring to what Paweł Sheremetev has said. You mentioned that some clusters closed their activity. This is not necessarily bad in every instance. And I like to refer to those specializations. Today, for me, specializations are priority areas that are much broader or at a higher level of generalization. Of course, it depends. We have an ICT cluster, which actually covers one of the smart specializations. And these are more durable. They will not change that quickly. but perhaps a certain exchange of ideas, transformation, and new topics might be needed, or perhaps even positive competition. This co-opetition, so cooperation and competition at the same time. It's very much needed, and of course, let's be very clear about it. The reality has changed. When we started discussing these topics, we had a different situation than we have today. In the pandemic period, this is clear for everyone. And on top of that, we have climate changes that are so much visible as never before. We try to catch up with the reality, and we'd like to channel our priorities and support to the current agenda and topics that are most relevant. And naturally, organizations will change. And this is not a disadvantage. This can be actually an advantage that some clusters decided to dissolve their activity. But we would like clusters to strengthen each other. We'd like them to attract more and more companies. And this is what is actually happening. The two processes take place in parallel. There are growing clusters attracting more companies, and once they become stronger, we have the snowball effect. Many more companies are attracted, and a main advantage of a cluster is networking, flow of information, knowledge, possibility of finding partners. And these benefits will be larger when the organization is larger itself. A good example is the ICT cluster, which is tremendously growing in terms of the number of companies involved. And this is a self-propelled mechanism. We also have the hydrogen cluster, which created without any strong public support. And we have the energy specialization, and the hydrogen cluster is just one component of that area. Today, hydrogen is one of key priorities of the green transformation. The cluster is very strong. The funding of the cluster originates from fees paid by member companies, so mainly the commercial funding. And I'd like to refer to what Beata Lubos has said. We, as the regional government, would like to support clusters for two reasons. Just as Beata Lubos has said, we need a partner for discussion, to provide information, to define challenges. And now let me refer to what Marek Przeor has said, that there were 7 representatives of Polish clusters during open days, and in the platform for the cooperation with Asia or Korea, there are very few representatives of the country. But in order to be a partner, to initiate international projects, we need to have resources in terms of funding and human resources. And even though the progress made by Polish clusters was really imposing, comparing to cluster organizations in Germany, France, or England, there's still a lot to be done. Thank you very much. The cluster community is very glad that the attention of public authorities has shifted to the role of clusters, and coordinators make the effort to integrate companies, especially in the difficult time of counteracting the consequences of the pandemic. We identified a tremendous potential of clusters in terms of the transformation processes, and this perhaps best summarizes our panel. I'd like to thank our panelists and all of you who followed our discussion. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank our panelists, previous panelists, and panelists participating in this panel. And I'm saying this to all of you who are with us in this room. I'd like to invite you to lunch. Of course, those of you who are online are encouraged to have lunch as well, but perhaps at home or in your institutions. Thank you very much indeed.
Super było. Włączę wam ogrzewanie filmowe, ale czujemy to.
R&D. Równocześnie dane stały się surowcem, takim jakim dotąd była ropa. Dziś niezwykle istotny jest elastyczny model produkcji, który pozwala szybko reagować na potrzeby klientów. Bez modernizacji parku maszynowego oraz infrastruktury ciężko jest utrzymać konkurencyjność na globalnym rynku. Zmienia się sposób myślenia o miejscu i roli pracowników, bo transformacja cyfrowa bardzo zależy od kompetencji oraz talentów ludzi. Wdrożenie rozwiązań przemysłu przyszłości wymaga szerokiego horyzontu i zdolności organizacyjnych. Przedsiębiorca XXI wieku musi wiedzieć, jak efektywnie i bez szkody dla środowiska wykorzystać zasoby, jak szkolić kadry i reagować w ciągle zmieniającym się otoczeniu biznesowym. Skorzystaj z wiedzy oraz doświadczenia ekspertów Platformy Przemysłu Przyszłości. Pomagamy w cyfrowej transformacji do przemysłu 4.0.
Tak, to się zgadza. Będę miał, ale dzisiaj nie mam. Dzisiaj z nocy będę ją robił, także ja mogę wysłać rano, ja na razie jestem rozsypcem, ale mogę powiedzieć, że ja jestem nauczycielem akademickim, z Duma korzystam na co dzień, więc na pewno nie będzie problemu.
Pomorze Zachodnie. Wszystko, czego potrzebujesz.
dzisiejszej debaty będą kompetencje przyszłości.
Our debate today will focus on competences of the future. At the moment, once we move out of the COVID crisis, we see changes in the use of digital technologies. We mobilize resources and shift technological inventions from Asia to Europe. And therefore, during our today's panel, let's consider competences of the future in this particular context. What competences are needed now and will be needed in the nearest future until 2030? What we can do to develop such competences and how we can adjust our labor market to competences required by companies. And of course, there are some changes brought about by digital and green transformations. I'd like to welcome Dr. Beata Lubos, Director at the Department of Innovation and Industry at the Ministry of Economic Development, David Solak, the Chairman of the Industry of the Future platform, and Krzysztof Krystowski. What is the view of the Minister of Economic Development regarding competences of the future? Are competences of the future included in the development policy implemented at the ministerial level, and how the competences can be developed using instruments planned for the new programming period 2021-2027. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me to the debate on the industry of the future, the roundtable discussion. This is my favorite topic because competences of employees are the vehicle to make companies resilient to new challenges and crisis situations, and a vehicle leading us to digital and green transformation. There are certain tasks that robots can deal better with, but there are also tasks more suitable for people. There are cognitive competences, creativity, logical thinking, solving complex problems, but also social competences that are needed in the work environment. Needed in particular when we discuss the digital and green transformation. And as you rightly mentioned it several times, and competences that require a contact with other people and machines, equipment that support management processes. The ability of developing efficient cooperation is particularly important. Entrepreneurial approach, or the underappreciated competence of using emotional intelligence, not only theoretical solutions, but understanding the situation of employees who are subjected to numerous changes. They need to cope with changes brought about by the transformations we have mentioned. And last but not least, digital and technical competences, frequently described as hard competences. And in this particular context, let me stop and elaborate on these topics. We are more successful in developing digital competences in a sense of harnessing modern technologies. A number of technologies are promoted, use digital innovations, created 2 or 3 years ago. At the moment, we are at the final stage of developing digital hub program, and we are glad to be able to continue this approach using Digital Europe program that is going to open to digital innovation hubs, or with the use of the new operational program. Trying to respond to your question, I can say that yes, we do support digital competences and competences that are needed to support the transformation of our industry, green transformation, and we stress these competences very much. We are very glad to welcome the new approach that provides for the implementation of hard projects and soft projects in parallel, including soft competences. While developing national smart specializations, we understand the importance of technological transformation and in the technology policy. And we are aware of how important it is to prepare employees in our companies, but also in the sector of science and education. And we considered some changes in national smart specializations, and we plan to define areas for the development of competences in order to be able to implement technological projects in those key areas in our country. So competences are the vehicle supporting digital transformation and green transformation, and the new innovation and industrial policy competences will be frequently referred to, and we plan to support their development within the instruments available for companies. Thank you very much, Director. Competences of the future as a vehicle helping us with the implementation of the green transformation and the industrial transformation. The shortage of competences on the one hand and shortage of labor frequently notified by companies. Another aspect is to adjust the vocational education offer to the needs of companies. I'd like to ask David Solak, the president of the Industry of the Future platform. Do you foresee any specific activities regarding the development competences of the future? What type of support companies can enjoy from your platform?
Thank you for this question, Peter. To begin with, I would like to say that I'm very glad that as a platform of the industry of the future, we can be present here during this Congress, which is participated by representatives of key clusters. I have a concept that recently there has been no week without an event with any specific clusters or the Association of Polish Clusters. We recently went to workshops in Puławy for key clusters. In a number of days, we are meeting here again in Szczecin at a Chemical Expo organized by the Green Chemistry Cluster. I'm basically ready to say much more about the activities of the platform of the industry of the future related to the development of competences. I also have a short slideshow with me, so if you could please launch it. Perhaps I should begin from a broader perspective and talk about two independent phenomena. A huge environmental pressure, a huge pressure from the global environment on changing the model of our economy to include increased respect for the environment, and on the other hand, the epidemic of the coronavirus have independently led to a situation in which the significance of a digital transformation is bigger and bigger. And now no one is actually wondering whether to implement digital processes, whether to digitalize their own processes, whether to adapt digital processes in their companies or not, because all of us know that this is actually a must. However, we are all wondering on whether as a country, as a state, we are prepared for the wave of transformations related to the digital transformation. It has come for us to live in times where access to state support and to funds is not the biggest of the problems or challenges that we have. As part of the Polish Deal program, we are about to be given a relief for automation. At least 2 recruitments have been carried out for instruments within which you can obtain funds for digital transformations in your companies. As part of the recovery plan of fund, around 14 billion zloty will be made available for issues related with transformation and projects related to the digital transformation of our economy. In fact, in the labor market and in our economy, a huge gap is emerging and a huge space that requires action. And such gap, such space is or constitutes the competences of the future. Now, the presence of staff who will be carrying out transformational processes in their companies. The Industry of the Future platform has prepared a number of activities aimed at pursuing the development of the competences of the future and providing knowledge to the public stakeholders, and for the implementation of an array of educational projects addressed at particular persons, like enterprises that are expected to help tackle these problems. In Poland, we have a shortage of 18,000 specialists in digital transformation who are required by the Polish economy in order to implement specific digital solutions or technologies in the economy and in specific companies. I think, however, that this number is actually much higher than that, because we need a real lot of such specialists. In this slide, we can see how the Industry of the Future platform operates in the context of developing the competences of the future. This is one of the projects which gathers many representatives of the industrial clusters. For example, Observatory of the Competences of the Future, which monitors the needs in the international market so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. The Observatory of the Competences of the Future launched recently, but we will not have to wait long for the first results of the operation. The first reports on its activities will be made available towards the end of this year, and it will be available both to the public and private stakeholders. The platform carries out a lot of other actions: e-learning, trainings, seminars, or a project that I am especially proud of, one that I believe meets the needs of the market and the enterprises, is the Academy for Leaders of the Industry of the Future. This is our training project addressed to medium and higher level managers who are planning to carry out digital transformations in their businesses soon. This is not a regular, ordinary training or course. As part of our Academy of the Leader, you can run an AGMA scan, a scan of the digital maturity of the company, which allows you to determine the strengths and weaknesses of your company. Then, based on this, an entire transformation plan is drawn up. We run two international projects, one financed from Norwegian funds closely related to digital competencies. It is for cluster coordinators. The second project is financed using Erasmus Plus funds, and it is related to the development of digital competencies. The projects that we carry out within advanced manufacturing, ADME project. ADME, by the way, is a standardized, very specialized methodology for running the technological maturity auditing in businesses. It also overlaps issues related to staff competencies. The Observatory of the Competencies of the Future has already been talked about, so let us move on. The actions and the products of the Observatory are addressed to public and private organizations involved in supporting the economic development of our country, to businesses and to educational institutions. These products will be available for everyone who's interested. The Observatory runs a monitoring of activities, analyzes and monitors, identifies the competencies of the future, and their aggregation. Other educational activities are e-learning, trainings, courses and workshops. With regard to ScanAdma, as I said, this is a very comprehensive tool for diagnosing the level of technological or digital maturity of companies. It is then used as a foundation for the development of a transformation plan for the business. It is one of the few truly standardized tools for this effect. This is a picture from our Academy of Leaders. As you see yourselves, it has a very practical dimension. Two projects that are international and that are closely related to the development of competencies are here. As it comes to the platform of the industry of the future in respect of developing competencies of the future, there are a lot of such actions going on. I encourage you to contact our employees. There are a lot of us with you here. They have come together with me. So I encourage you to contact them to get interested in our offer, to register with our e-learning program to see what kind of trainings we have on offer. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, what is important and what requires emphasis is that it is an offer directly for business people. It is worthwhile, and I am sending this invitation particularly to those of you that represent the industry, the industrial sectors, but not only, because also services. No. Visit our website. So on the one hand, this is an offer. On the other hand, there are needs, and such needs will be definitely familiar to Mr. Krzysztof Kostowski, a CEO of the Polish Clusters Association, and on the other hand, a representative of the entire cluster environment. So what about the competences of the future? So before I make a reference to your question, I would like to join Mr. Solak's stance, saying that I'm very glad, as a representative of the Polish Clusters Association, that we are in such a close cooperation with the Industry of the Future platform, a foundation by the Ministry of Economic Development. This cooperation is very natural. It started in a very manifest way, a way that was manifest to both the parties, because the missions of both our organizations hugely overlap. We are able to help each other in implementing our mission, and that mission is, at the end of the day, to help the enterprises. You want Polish entrepreneurs to be more and more modern, state-of-the-art, to have new competencies that you refer to as competencies of the future, or in other words, competencies to be able to compete against others in the modern market, and we want the same thing. Clusters are organizations that work for the benefit of entrepreneurs. They are organizations that serve entrepreneurs, which gather entrepreneurs in order to enhance their competitiveness by, for example, facilitating the mutual cooperation between the small ones and the bigger ones, cooperation between entrepreneurs and the academia, and activities that raise their competencies. I would like to recall one thing that has been already mentioned several times today. These accounts are varied, but some of my predecessors have said, including Ms. Monika Antonowicz of the Polish Agency for the Development of Entrepreneurship, that estimates say that in Poland approximately 1 million, some say more than 1 million, others say less than 1 million, but it is around 1 million employees that are members of companies gathered in Polish clusters. So this is quite a substantial number of employees. And we're talking about a few thousand small and medium-sized companies. So it appears that clusters, out of the business support institutions that we have in Poland, are those entities that have some direct access, massive access to small and medium-sized companies. Access to small and medium-sized companies is difficult because they go into thousands and their employees go into 1 million. But still, out of the organizations that are there around small and medium-sized companies, we, clusters, have the best direct access to them. This position that we enjoy allows me to answer smoothly your question, that we have the best sense of what they need. Of course, you need to take into account that we are in touch with a specific portion of the Polish economy, however. They are small and medium-sized companies, but they work in the areas that are highly innovative, high-tech sometimes. And even if they work in traditional sectors like processing or electromachining sector, still clusters gather those enterprises that are the most innovative. This is also suggested by studies published by the EU Commission, saying that an entrepreneur that is part of a cluster is more innovative, more productive, more directed at experts. They pay better wages to their employees. These employees increase their own competencies within these businesses too. Now, we know what this group of entities expects. I think that to a degree, less than others, but still they expect that the competencies of two groups of employees are adapted to the changing economic environment. Why two? Here I'm thinking about managerial competencies, and I separate them from employee competencies. So, on the one hand, we have technical and organizational competencies. On the other hand, we have managerial competencies. Here, as Director Lubos has said, competencies are not only about knowledge, but also there are some social, relational competencies included here. Also psychological competencies. So I can say that today, especially as we perceive it, it came as a shock to Polish enterprises that we are so strongly turning in the direction of the green economy. Although we have got accustomed to digitalization over the last few years and to the challenge of the Industry 4.0, and we know that it's not as it should be in Poland, because the degree of the utilization of automation or robots in Poland are quite low. Our indicators are much worse than in Czech Republic or Slovakia or Hungary, and we cannot compare with Germany or Singapore or South Korea. So here definitely there's a lot to make up for, but I'm glad that CEO Stolak showed his slideshow, because from it I can see that you are turning in the direction of the Green Deal. It's very good, because as I said before, entrepreneurs are surprised by this. We used to say that the ecological questions are a sector of the economy. However, the new approach is a horizontal approach that says there's no sector of the economy that could be free from the pro-ecological environmental transformations that are meant to save the planet. I would like to wrap it up saying that this is all happening. This is all happening through the conferences that we run together, the trainings, the workshops. We are a good supplier of information about what's going on the side of the entrepreneurs. But on the other hand, we would like to ask you, and you know that very well, that we are also a very good supplier of knowledge, of solutions that you are still trying to work out, that are to be applied directly for the entrepreneurs. We are strong intellectually. You are strong intellectually and organizationally, but you don't have the structure that we have, because we are actually a network of networks, which makes us a good tool to use when implementing any economic policies of the state. Here we are talking about the industry of the future, digitalization, Industry 4.0, or the Green Deal, but the EU Commission clearly expects the clusters to be the agents of change in the areas of digitalization and the green change. But what Ulla Engelmann and Marek Przeworów have said strongly today, also in the area of resilience, the resilience of the economy, something that we have observed throughout the pandemic, that the value chains have to be shorter, they have to be localized here in Europe, so that our economy is not so susceptible to some global fluctuations. Thank you very much, CEO. As you see, ladies and gentlemen, cooperation with enterprises is not easy, especially as it comes to convincing them to join such cooperation. But it appears clear that the question of the competences of the future is a topic that many institutions will, in the nearest time, be sharing. On the one hand, the needs of the educational sector, the delivery of information about what enterprises need. On the other hand, the delivery of the best organizational practices or patterns that we can have, that we can obtain as part of widely defined studies, international comparative studies that are currently being used by the platform of the industry of the future. By delivering information, by adapting models to the needs of the Polish economy. I would like to thank you for this part of our round table about the competences of the future. In the second part of the round table, we will be watching and listening to presentations by clusters about good practices in competences of the future on the regional level. Thank you very much for this part.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa serdecznie po przerwie. Witam w drugiej części Okrągłego Stołu.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, after the break, during the second part of the roundtable discussion on the competences of the future. And this time we're going to discuss competences of the future at the regional level. We're going to discuss good practices regarding competences of the future implemented by clusters which participate in our presentations today. At the outset, let me welcome our speakers. Let me welcome Przemysław Wojdyła from the West Pomeranian Chemical Cluster of Green Chemistry. Let me welcome Magdalena Ławicka from the ICT Cluster Western Pomerania. Dr. Engineer Andrzej Montwił from the West Pomeranian Maritime Cluster, Marek Dymsza from the Metal Cluster Metallica, and Dr. Katarzyna Heba from the Lubuskie Metal Cluster. Competences of the future, as we mentioned in the first part of our discussion, is the key area implemented under public policies in the years to come until 2030. On the one hand, we have shortages on the labor market, the shortage of labor, as mentioned so frequently by employers, and on the other hand, we have a rapid digital transformation which is accompanied by green transformation. Both processes will require changes in education, higher education and vocational education, notably to adjust curricula to the needs of companies. On the other hand, we also need to analyze the needs of the labor market regarding the implementation of modern technologies. We're going to mention competences of the future quite frequently today, but one of more interesting examples of the development of competences of the future are institutional competences. Let me now give the floor to Mr. Wojdyła to discuss the institutional competence that you developed through your cluster. Thank you very much, Piotr. As an introduction, let me briefly tell you about the understanding of institutional competences. Perhaps not, but the idea, perhaps it's not clear for everyone. Institutional competences build solidarity, professional solidarity between institutions. This could be the simplest and the shortest definition of institutional competences. A very good case study regarding the operation of the West Pomerania Chemical Cluster is the establishing of a sectoral council for competences in the chemical sector. It was strictly related to the need to implement institutional competences and the needs, just as Piotr mentioned at the outset of our discussion, related to our nearest future. The future that's taking place right now in front of our eyes, and we're going to deal with it in the years to come. It was a very interesting experience. It was a cluster-like activity, and the appointment of us as the leader of this activity had its purpose. We created a specific helix, a typical helix for our clusters. So the idea of developing the sectoral council was to combine forces of companies, educational institutions, both formal and informal education institutions, and all those who recognize the need for changes. This is our experience in brief regarding these particular needs. Thank you very much. Now let me give the floor to Dr. Magdalena Ławicka, the Operational Director of the ICT Cluster Western Pomerania. What is the practical process of developing the competences of the future? Do you have any specific mechanisms, internal mechanisms in your cluster that enable to modify your programs or influence the education sector and curricula implemented there? And do you have any system to identify the needs of companies? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I prepared a very short presentation. If there is space and if it's possible, I would like to display the presentation. And I'd like to tell you what we, the ICT cluster of Western Pomerania, been doing regarding the development of competences as well as disseminating good practices and knowledge. We have more than 80 companies in the cluster, companies which develop and provide modern solutions and develop new technologies. They offer the technologies and solutions, both services and products, to many other sectors of the economy. We would like our cluster to be a place where companies can share their good practices, experience. I'm not sure whether I can move to examples, or could you please respond to the question and could you please display the presentation? If I could receive the remote control, it'll be easier for me to deliver the presentation. Briefly about the cluster. There are 80 companies from the city and the region in the clusters. We are one of the largest IT clusters in the country. Regarding our mission, we work for the benefit of our member companies. For the sector, we support the expansion of their business, contacts with the immediate environment, and further contacts in the sector. We create conditions that promote their expansion, and we cooperate with the economic environment and institutions in the city and in the region. As regards this value or competences, knowledge, skills, attitudes, and experience, a major value of our cluster is the diversity of companies and technologies developed within the cluster. Specializations of companies can be divided into three groups: companies that provide solutions for the finance and banking sector, for the automotive sector, and digital, or general digitalization of various organizations and institutions. And the diversity of technologies, knowledge, and experience and sectors catered is an added value of the cluster in the context of networking and operating as a platform for sharing information and knowledge. Moving to examples of good practices that we, as the IT cluster, are involved in, we make sure that our companies can combine the different competences from various areas. We have In the presentation, I focused on examples, very specific examples, to tell you what we actually do in the cluster in the area of disseminating knowledge, sharing good practices and competences. We want our companies to combine their technologies and competences to provide services for large projects. We have an internal channel which is used for joint requests. If there are companies interested in attracting a partner for cooperation, they need specific competences, they can combine their specializations or specialist fields, and they provide their services together or jointly to the banking sector. And they can respond to large projects, for instance, on the German market. We try to build awareness among companies in the region. Last year, in close cooperation with the Marshall Office, we implemented a series of online training courses. It was a hot time of changes, digitalization, the pandemic last year, and the need to digitalize quickly was very much visible in many organizations, and we implemented a series of online training courses, meetings with practitioners based on the experience of some specialists from the cluster in order to educate entrepreneurs to protect their companies in the area of cybersecurity and online working, and introducing safe tools that will enable fast operation of companies. And we provided a number of guidelines to run online business, including e-commerce, how to run such a business, and all this was a part of our training courses. Last year, we've implemented a consultancy project for companies from other sectors. The title was Ask an IT Expert. The project was implemented in close cooperation with the city, and the project offered free of charge advice and consultancy services to companies representing various sectors, and they could consult our IT companies regarding specific topics like the protection of their networks, protection of the transfer of documents, or marketing or changes in companies in order to make those companies more digital, safe, and network-based. Yet another very important issue is something that I've been involved in, namely meetings with young people, secondary schools and at universities. I also work at the Szczecin University, so I do have contact with young people every day, and we started educating them in the context of opportunities created by new technologies and in the context of projects implemented in the region, and of course competences that are needed. So those young people should be aware of the competences required. We wanted to motivate those young people and show them paths for the development of those competences. So the cooperation with educational institutions is very much in this context. We organized a number of meetings with young people as well as discussions with authorities of universities, and we also implemented joint projects in the area of development of curricula. Another area of competence related to competences, knowledge, and digital competences in particular include our research activity. And last year we implemented a number of studies. For instance, a large study focusing on updating data regarding business services available in the region. Another study was on the needs of local governments regarding hardware as well as knowledge and digital competences. So in order to be able to plan further activities, this survey was very much needed. We had to establish the current status of the awareness and competences in this particular area in the region. So these are also the activities that we're involved in. We collect information, we analyze information, and the diversity of knowledge, technologies, and experience of our companies translate into our active involvement. And we are able to offer the platform for sharing good practices, knowledge, and experience. So we have our cluster-based tools like regular meetings. Today in the morning we had one of such meetings in our cluster, and these meetings attract HR people. We have a closed expert group, good practices in the area of human resources, and during our regular meetings we discuss their needs regarding strategic support for human resources in business. This area in IT companies is very specific. I do not want to elaborate on it too much. Perhaps if there are any questions later on, I will be able to tell you more about our meetings and our activities there. Thank you very much for the presentation, Magdalena. It's very encouraging that the IT cluster has key competences regarding digitalization, which is obvious. You operate in the IT area and you go far beyond the area of the cluster and try to exert your influence on other sectors. You support companies, for instance, those online meetings as a good formula for sharing knowledge, information on digitalization. So, in short, you are a regional innovation hub trying to convey the precious knowledge to entrepreneurs. Thank you very much for the presentation and for emphasizing the special role played by ICT clusters regarding the dissemination of knowledge and information on latest technologies. And now let me give the floor to Dr. Engineer Andrzej Montwił from the West Pomerania Maritime Cluster. Could you please tell us about competences of the future and good practices in this particular area?
Thank you. Hello to everyone. Zachodniopomorski Maritime Cluster gathers companies that operate within the maritime sector. I would like you to launch my presentation. What is important is that most of the companies work in the shipyard sector or the sector of steel structures. We must emphasize here that the the shipyard sector is one that finds it difficult to adopt modern solutions. But what is significant is that this sector lost competition to Asian enterprises for the construction of most ships. Inciting this sector to new solutions is not, therefore, always easy. We've been thinking for years about what the future might be for many companies in our region and what direction this maritime economy might follow. The maritime economy in the EU is referred to as a blue economy. Suddenly, in Poland, something happened that I did not envisage a few years ago. I was pessimistic. Now, suddenly, after years of some odd blocking or odd sticking to the rule that you cannot construct anything in the sea, now, over a few months, presented very new solutions that led to a situation in which, in Poland, nowadays, you can start building offshore wind farms. This happened so quickly, so suddenly, So that, as I say, the coal miners should not notice, because it contradicts their interests. What do we have here? The Green Deal, something that the EU is pursuing, and Green Deal is about new competences, especially about new managerial competences, but also in the context of technologies, education, environmental protection. So this is a completely new thing. On top of that, the Green Deal emphasizes very strongly renewable sources of energy. It's been found that on land we have a certain threshold that cannot be crossed, but the seas are beautiful places for the wind, for example, where it blows in all directions. The plans are to produce 220 up to 440 gigawatts of energy. What does this mean? This means that a completely new sector is emerging, which calls for completely new skills. Around the world, there are people with these skills, but now in Poland, a new sector is appearing, and already 7 wind farms have been given permits to connect with the power grid, meaning that their construction will start soon. But the Polish economy is not very well prepared to this in respect of competencies. This needs to be clearly stated. Why am I speaking about this? Because as a cluster, analyzing this for years, we have found that a completely new sector is appearing, and we need to try to enter this sector, especially that there is one thing that is surprising to all of us. Hardly anyone knows that over 70% of energy produced in the West Pomeranian province is from renewable sources, from land-based sources. So it appears that the business environment has adopted the green energy production very quickly. Now this needs to be transferred to the seaside. A new sector is appearing, but it requires everything to be built anew. Someone who knows how to build ships now needs to learn how to build new types of ships, using new fuels, new solutions. If you are building maritime structures, then if the turbine has a capacity of 1 gigawatt, in the sea, the turbines will be up to 16 gigawatts in capacity. There's a race between Europe and China now. And when we are talking about dispersed energy from renewable energy sources, then there is a problem of storage. Hydrogen, for example, but also other chemicals. A number of different things that will lead to a situation where we either catch the train that has already launched, or we don't. If we do want to catch that train, we need to encourage people, businesses, business support entities, and others. As it's been said, management is universal in nature. As Przemek said at the beginning, when he spoke about institutionality, those world economies that are well developed are not only about entrepreneurs, clusters, for example. No, they also include all other business support institutions, and the role that for the West Pomeranian maritime cluster is there to play. I was surprised when the mayor of Szczecin and the marshal of the West Pomeranian province, when they heard about wind offshore, said, "Of course we are in." And now we are developing a huge program for a network system looking through various sectors: shipyard building, IT, construction, and others. IT, why? Because it's all about digitalization. The farm is independent when it works in the sea, so it has to have the right software and hardware. This program also includes entities dealing in storage of energy. A lot of people will have to learn a lot, and a lot of people will have to want to do this. That's what I always stress. Thank you. We can clearly see a new opportunity for the creation of a new market niche or other new market sector. On the other hand, there is a huge need for enormous competencies. Let me add one more thing, excuse me. In Poland, we don't have wind farm operators. This is a new job, and universities have only started teaching in this respect, like the Maritime Academy has started such a program. This shows where we are, what we want to do, and what direction to follow. On the other hand, I have a question about a synergy, cooperation between, for example, the ICT cluster and the maritime cluster. Do you cooperate on the base as it comes to technological questions, for example? For example, the use of digital technologies for designing. Today, no designing takes place without IT technologies. The drawing boards are now a thing of the past. The Center for Economic Initiatives knows it best that whenever it has a job to announce, there are 4 clusters knocking on its door immediately. Now, I would like to ask Marek Dymsza, a representative of the metal cluster named Metallica. If I may ask you to launch the slideshow entitled Metallica, then please do so.
Tutaj jest drobna zmiana. Akurat moja wspólniczka za nie mogła.
Small replacement here. My colleague is sick, she cannot be here, and I replace her. My name is Dymsza. I represent the metal cluster Metallica, and I'll try to talk to you about what our cluster is involved in. You spoke about the magic word synergy, and I'm a huge fan of the word. Right from the beginning, actually, this word has accompanied us in creating our cluster, named Metallica. This was the driving force, actually, for the cluster to emerge. This year, by the way, we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of our cluster, and I need to tell you that while browsing through the presentations that we have made every year, it has been to my satisfaction to see how we have been progressing. As it comes to the range of our cluster, this is mainly West Pomeranian province or Zachodniopomorskie province, partly Wielkopolskie and Lubuskie, and slowly central Poland. This is related to the triple helix concept that we have adopted, which is science, local government, and businesses. The suppliers, the large, significant suppliers, are situated in the center of Poland because they noticed that this is a good place to engage in cooperation from. Their partners come from all over Poland. A lot of our partners, even the Swiss and Americans, have bet on cooperation with clusters because in one place they have access to entities that are their potential customers. With regard to... Well, excuse me, I have a problem changing the slides. I don't know why. I cannot see the slides on my screen. I don't know why this has happened. I can see it behind my back, but not on my own screen. So, generally speaking, As it comes to the directions for the development of our competences, we have bet on 4 areas. One is energy efficiency in businesses, then Industry 4.0, then lean manufacturing, and good practices of Metallica. I'll speak about each of them shortly. They are interwoven, they supplement and complement each other, which is important when making quotations to our partners, when we offer our own opportunities. As it comes to the good practices of Metallica, I have to tell you that it is quite a nuisance that I cannot see it on my screen. I can only see the slides behind my back. I don't know if you can solve this problem, this technical problem or not, but the good practices of Metallica, this is what develops certain things. Such meetings take place once or twice a year at our cluster partners' places, where we meet and solve specific problems that the given cluster member is facing. The value behind this is that this is non-academic knowledge, but a very practical one. So here and now we meet to solve the given cases. This here is an example, what you can see in the pictures. This is an example of a meeting like that, or a number of meetings actually. They are very working type meetings, but they also integrate us, because nothing will bind you with other people as better than solving one problem together. You have tangible evidence that something can be done if someone else tells you, yes, I've done this before. Or you get a clear message, you cannot do this because some other people have tried it and failed. I think the technical problem is quite serious right now, with no slides available. Let me then use my notes. This will deprive my presentation of a few aspects that it has, but a program that we are implementing is to apply lean manufacturing and lean management in our cluster members. Generally speaking, entrepreneurs often say that their costs are too high. Such meetings, for example, when we meet in Wrocław at the Lean Academy, or where we invite Lean Academy lecturers to the place of a given cluster member, to try to solve lean management or lean production manufacturing problems. The effects are specific, tangible, notable. Often, however, we come across something that I might refer to as, I've lost the word. I'm not talking about awareness, no, but I'm talking about a situation in which partners are not ready to believe that you can, without any cost, solve certain problems in a company actually immediately. We all have the impression that we have to pay a real lot of money for successful actions. However, you can carry out certain actions without any costs, and that's what we do. Our Lean Academy is meant to help entrepreneurs solve their problems at this stage without any costs. Thanks, now I have obtained my preview of my presentation back. You cannot see it, but I can. Now, a simulation of lean manufacturing. A picture from Wrocław, where we met to solve problems. I would love to tell you an anecdote, but we are pressed for time, so I won't. But if you are interested in what the effect of our partnership in the Lean Academy was, I'll tell you later behind the curtains. The mapping of value chain, lean workshops. There, entrepreneurs learned how they could improve their production processes only in order to limit capital involvement. Energy efficiency. This is another direction that we are successfully implementing on the international level. We went to an international consortium of 4 countries, Spain, France, Italy, and Poland. We were there as Metallica Metal Cluster, and we represented our country. This brought notable effects for our entrepreneurs because around 20 energy audits were carried out in our businesses from all over Poland, which gave the entrepreneurs specific tangible effects in terms of manufacturing cost reduction. We also participated in the so-called Clean Energy Week, which is an international undertaking. I'm telling you this in order to give you the picture of the Metallica Metal Cluster operating on various layers or planes, or in the domestic national plane, regional plane, and European plane. Another project that we have stuck to since 2017 is Industry 4.0, which we launched by paying a visit to the Hanover fairs. I'll tell you about the responses of our partners who saw how the world had advanced in terms of Industry 4.0. On our way back home, we were all in minor mood. We could not believe our eyes when we saw that production processes could be solved in such a successful way. We were very envious, and that's how our adventure started in terms of education with respect to Industry 4.0. We are continuing this approach. As Metallica Cluster, we are co-participants of the laboratory for methods and logistic analysis. Other companies participating in the project at Szczecin University are Garo and Bossart. These are Swedes and the Swiss. At the beginning I spoke about the triple helix, including science, because we emphasize the need to educate the young people who can then apply to cluster members already having a certain level of knowledge and experience. In 2019, we started a cycle of scientific conferences that we referred to as SMART 2019. Why? Because we started in that year. It's none else but an attempt to educate entrepreneurs about what Industry 4.0 is about.
We continued our SMART in 2020, and then in 2021, let me accelerate the presentation. I understand that we're approaching the end of my time frame, and we started SMART 2021 Industry 4.0 in industrial SMEs. We made an audit in the area, and we started a promotion activity for the event, and we plan to organize a scientific conference in the first half of December at the Szczecin University. You can see our partners in the slide. Very briefly about our contact points, and We try to maintain a direct contact with companies. As you can see, companies are from various towns. We have 2 contact points, one in Wałcz, one in Szczecin. This is where we meet and we try to educate people. In this slide you can see pictures from the opening of the R&D center in Wałcz. And we are one of the orchestrators. We've been cooperating with the West Pomeranian University of Technology. We are a member of the Education Board and we participate in their meetings. And this also highlights the importance of our cluster. We do have influence on the education of our students. Thank you very much for your attention. I apologize that the technical problems distorted the picture I wanted to tell you, but hopefully I was able to tell you in brief about our Metallica cluster. As you can see, every cluster is very specific. Metallica focuses on optimization of processes. If I can summarize your presentation, we can see this specialization and attempts of looking joint way from Hanover, Messe until today, much advancement. And now let me give the floor to Katarzyna Heba from the Lubuskie Metal Cluster. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You might wonder that we have the metal cluster from the Lubuskie region represented in this Congress. I am familiar with your clusters. I am an employee of the University of Technology based in Szczecin. I was also an expert on cluster benchmarking, and I played the role of an expert twice, and the competences in our metal clusters were always within our focus. The metal sector is rather a closed one. It's a very traditional sector. We often consider whether any competences of the future can be developed there. And of course, we concluded that for certain, because we have digitalization, sustainable designing, environmental technologies, we will always support these developments. And in line with the position of the European Commission, we will contribute to the development in many areas. That's why we focus on cooperating with various sectors of the economy which develop in the Lubuskie province. We also developed cooperation in the area of competences. It's a new partnership involving 2 faculties of the Western Pomerania University of Technology, and this partnership aims at preparing companies from the Lubuskie province to implement Industry 4.0. We considered whether we should focus on the metal sector, and we decided that not. There are also companies representing other sectors, and we will look for competences of the future for those sectors as well. Of course, you can display my presentation. This might be more interesting if I briefly tell you, because for a year I'm an expert for the Polish Agency for the Enterprise Development, and I evaluate smart specializations, and also an expert in the Smart Skills project. In our cluster, we discussed who actually should develop the foundations for the competences of the future. Whether we'd like to ask companies only what they expect, or perhaps it's also important that we should move ahead. And just as the previous speaker has said, we're not able to foresee everything, but we may try. If we discuss clusters, the main members of clusters are usually SMEs. if we listen to their needs only, regarding smart or future competences, as these are called, then it may turn out that we develop only current competences without thinking about the future. We should try and create these competences top-down and perhaps tell companies that their future development can be interesting and profitable, provided they develop towards a specific direction, and we can give them examples of competences of the future that they should acquire. This basically a shift from the pull model, from push model. When we combine the demand model with the supply model, so to say, as we do in the project implemented by the Polish Agency for Enterprise Development. Regarding the role of the cluster in developing these competences, we are not a large cluster, but we implemented several projects in the area with the involvement of our partners from Germany. There was a risk that we educate engineers in the dual system in Poland and then they will go to find their jobs in Germany. We took the risk, it didn't happen. For certain, some people plan that path for their development, and in order to work at engineering positions in Germany, you need to have a very good command of the German language, but some people benefited from the project and they work for companies operating in the Lubuskie region. So we do have experience in the development of competences in cooperation with local or regional educational institutions and universities, and let me now briefly tell you about the partnership. When marshals spoke today, they said a lot about smart specializations and that the development of the regions is also based on smart competences, and clusters were sort of left aside of smart specializations. We should, as clusters, participate in selecting smart specializations, and competences of companies that are members of our clusters should be used to develop those smart specializations. So I'm very glad that the development priorities mentioned today, and attention was drawn to the fact that clusters need such a support. This is very visible in our cluster. Our cluster is a typical bottom-up initiative. The only source of funding that we have are the fees, membership fees paid by our member companies, and we are seriously involved in defining smart specializations. We established the partnership that I have already mentioned, and in just a couple of months we attracted the interest of 30 new companies with our project. Research institutes, universities, not only from the Lubuskie region, business institutions as well, there are 10 of them, and the city of Gorzów Wielkopolski, especially that our cluster is based there. So the city decided to support us. And then we participated in the call for project proposal for establishing a consortium to be a go-between while developing development projects, research and development projects. We know that very often companies have good ideas to implement R&D projects, but they do not have sufficient funding and resources to apply for relevant funding. So our role is to support our member companies. Our partnership is divided into two areas. One is technology, hard projects, and according to the new guidelines that have also been referred to today, we designed the support at the level of competencies, so processes, production management, smart processes, and there we can see space for the cooperation with universities, research institutes, supporting companies, and they will be able to tell SMEs that these are the competences that they actually need. And as the president of the platform of Industries of the Future told us today, because frequently SMEs do not have sufficient knowledge what they may need for the development in the future. They focus more on their current needs. That'll be all on my part. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think you mentioned something important at the end of your presentation. The short time planning in SMEs is insufficient. It seems that clusters can be a good vehicle to go further, to think about the future. And this can move our development to a completely different level. Finally, let me ask Mr. Przemysław Wojdyła, who represents the Green Chemistry cluster, for his presentation. Because our time is almost exhausted, let me skip the presentation part. But as regards Green Chemistry cluster, let me briefly summarize what we've said so far. I listened carefully to what all of you have said, and my impression is that the effort of the cluster to create a council for the competence of the chemical industry can be a good summary of everything that we said. What does that mean? It means that we have a clear need to have institutionalized effort. And this is what we actually started, and we plan to continue. Our previous experience in our cluster activity related to basically similar measures that have been mentioned by previous speakers made us think that we need to go much broader, with due respect to what you've been doing on the market and other organizations have been doing. It's just like Marek Dymsza has said in a moment after returning from the Hanover Messe. The Industry 4.0 has been rapidly growing, and the same applies to the development of relevant competences. I just looked at people gathered in this room to check how many of attendees are at the same age. Still, 5 or 10 years ago, when parents discussed the future jobs with their children, the topic was quite clear. We knew that there were a certain selection of jobs that have not been changed, and we could select jobs according to talents that our children already had or developed. Today, our parents or even specialists are capable of assessing 20% of competences that might be needed in 10 years. Parents today do not know in which areas their children should educate. I still have a 5-year-old daughter, so I understand the problem. This problem will soon apply to me. So let me come back to what I said at the beginning. The need to institutionalize activities in cluster organizations that we represent is of paramount importance. We need to become a part of the larger system, having influence on changes that will soon occur. And we should realize that very clearly. And that will be all on my part. I think this is the best possible summary. So clusters and as coordinators responsible for the development of competences and enterprise at the level of their clusters, regions, or the area of operation. Let me conclude this session with this. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all panelists. Thank you. I'd like to thank all people who were with us online and here in the room. Thank you very much.
welcome you to the panel about cooperation between science and the business. First of all, I would like to present to you the panelists. Dr. Marcin Kraska, Deputy CEO for Research and Development, Łukasiewicz Research Network. Mr. Jarosław Pasiachowicz, who's here with me, the CEO of the Interreason Foundation. Agnieszka Ratajczak, the Director of the National Center for Research and Development, and Bożena Kasprzak, who represents the Business Center Club and scientific councils of a number of higher education institutions, among them Warsaw School of Economics. The introduction will be presented to you by Wojciech Murdzek, Secretary of State in the Ministry of Education and of Science and Higher Education. The floor is yours, sir. Excuse me, sir, we cannot hear you. We don't have the sound. We can only see you, sir.
Mamy problem techniczny.
This is a small technicality. Could you please verify whether all the peripheral devices are properly connected, such as microphones? Please give us 1 more minute to fix this issue. The technical staff are on the job.
Czy mamy już połączenie głosowe? No niestety często w tych kluczowych momentach.
Unfortunately, the technology still can fail us at these strategic moments.
Pana ministra słychać na YouTubie, natomiast my go nie słyszymy, bo za chwilkę będziemy go słyszeć. Czemu pan mówi?
Okej. Panie ministrze, jest pan
Mr. Minister, you can be heard on YouTube. this development of the economy to take us to an area of the 21st century solutions, such as Industry 4.0 or solutions based on renewable energy sources, environmentally friendly solutions based on state-of-the-art technologies. And here you cannot do this without the science. At the end of this difficult period of the pandemic is a time where we talk about health protection. We want to draw conclusions. And based on science, we are looking for methods for testing vaccines, developing potential medicines. This is all interesting, but nothing can happen without the science. Fortunately, Polish scientists have been very active in this process too, which makes us really glad. I personally try to encourage others to use the phrase invest in science, because adding the word of economy and talking about the bridges, building bridges between science and economy is a phenomenon that should be multifaceted, continuous, and we should make sure that we have visions for years to come. Therefore, there are such things as the hydrogen strategy adopted by the government and our commitment in the building of the Polish Space Agency and the activity of companies operating in Poland that provide solutions that in some areas are leading globally. Hopefully, we will have more and more to say in the AI area too. These examples, which are not all that we have, show that through science, through knowledge, we can be very active and occupy very high global positions in modern areas. In the classic traditional areas, there's also some space for science, but they are more difficult. Therefore, we think that these selected activities could help Poland to be perceived positively. And then the feedback would be positive for health, for better life quality, for the economy. That will be satisfactory. Of course, sometimes we encounter the pros of life. We talk about the inflation, which is a nuisance. We are also aware of the fact that these phenomena overlap because funds invested in state-of-the-art enterprises and the developing economy in the areas of high technologies, these will ensure better wages, better value added, and the economic situation will stabilize and allow us to undertake a number of initiatives. If the economy is doing well, then we hope the feedback will be taking the form of an even more active investment strategies in science. Such a combination will bring the results that will allow us to think about stepwise changes instead of small, gradual, linear growth. The space that we are dealing with is a space of huge challenges. We are aware of the fact that we are only ending now discussions about the activity of Polish scientists and their participation in various grants under the Horizon Europe 2020. We are not doing bad as it comes to the number of projects or the number of people committed. Still, as regards the percentage share, then it is 1.2%, which is not much. Everyone agrees that the objective should be 3% of share in the new framework program called Horizon Europe. Let me remind you that the Horizon provides for 90 billion euros for 7 years, and these accents are closely related to supporting research and development. And we can calculate how much we get. That if we stay at 1.2%, how much we get if we are at the level of 3%. Let's fight, let's look for methods to ensure change. We are engaged in a continuous dialogue, thinking about what to do for this figure to improve. Our proposal to create a legal possibility for Polish scientists participating in the grants has been accepted to ensure that they should earn more. There was a certain level of discrimination when compared to the wages received by scientists from other countries. This is one of the obstacles, just to give you a hint, and these obstacles should be removed for the results to be obtained. Now, another 8 billion euros in this Europe framework, well, that's on the European funds for the modern economy. A modern economy is definitely one that requires funds for research and development. This amount of 8 billion, 4 billion out of this amount of 8 billion is for research and development for entrepreneurs with the commitment of scientists, because it cannot be done otherwise. We are waiting for the National Recovery Program. We know that, for example, Łukasiewicz cluster will receive 350 million euros, that the Minister of Agriculture has some money to disperse, that the Minister of Health has around 200 million to invest within the area of health protection. So we do have the funds. We hope these funds will be released soon, and we will be able to think about how to best use them. All this area related to looking for connections between the science and economy starts obviously at universities. Not talking about the inventors, non-system inventors or high school inventors, because they can surprise you with their ideas. But what is important here is all the activities undertaken by higher education institutions. Here, we want to give a closer look to the phenomena occurring at higher education institutions and to adapt our assessment tools for assessing their activities and for the potential to cooperate with the business around them. We want to have the tools to assess their capacity to use the knowledge that the universities have. Now, more to the point, we are still looking for good bridges, and we have already good examples on how to combine effects created in basic sciences. And here I'm thinking first of all about the activities of the National Centre for Science, to ensure that we are able to separate something that has potential from something that has not. Institutions that have the basic potential and institutions that have potential to use the knowledge worked out. For example, the whole potential of the National Centre for Research and Development. Let me remind you that the amount of expenditure it will have is over 7 billion zloty. This, of course, includes funds for strategic programs for science and development. That's over 1 billion zloty. There are funds for the functioning of the center, and less than 5 billion is for payments related to operational programs for intelligent development, the operational program for knowledge and education and development. The center has also obtained over 1 billion zloty to finance its operations from European funds. These increases in funding from NCBR are 6% increases. Scientists respond directly to the needs of the industry and the economy. The activities of over 30 research and development Łukasiewicz centers or institutes. Here we envisage over 400 million zloty, which is an increase by 20%, a huge one, which shows our determination in strengthening the potential of science, of which 330 million are funds for the activities of the individual institutes. The already mentioned Center for Science, that's an increase by 18% too, 1,600 million. That's the amount of expenditure for 2022 in the budget. That's an increase of 18%, as I said. And a target subsidy for the Center for Tasks, that's almost 1,400 million. As you see, these institutions that are mainly or mostly young institutions, some of them are older than others, but many of them are very young, like the Łukasiewicz Center. We have the tools to support such activities, but as part of these tools, we are talking about daughter companies, as in NCB, for example, where there is a daughter company that is supposed to attract capital funds to cooperate and in this way to increase the potential. We are thinking about a better look. We are thinking of having a better look at the basic studies and then moving on to study them in more detail. Here I mean specifically the accelerator project to reinforce such actions. This is a very informative introduction. Yes, I'm about to finish. Just let me mention the students and a project to reinforce dozens of universities so that we make sure that the language of effective activities is already known and legible and comprehensible to the young. I could continue this on and on, but in order to give you some space, I'll finish now. I'm sorry for taking too much time, but I think it was worthwhile to present to you a good picture.
It was indeed a comprehensive introduction, and you raised a number of issues that we are going to discuss today during this session. Not much time has been left for our panelists, though. That's why I'd like to refer to what the Minister has said, namely the efficient use of funding earmarked for R&D for the upcoming period. In order to produce desired effects, we need to have efficient cooperation between science and business, so R&D at universities and scientific units should reflect actual needs of business and companies. And clusters can operate as a platform supporting the cooperation on a continuous basis This cooperation can be very efficient because we eliminate a number of barriers. Barriers like lack of understanding of the operation of science and business. And now let me give the floor to Jarosław Parzuchowski to share his experience regarding Interreason cluster. What are the major benefits for science and business that can be generated through clusters? The Interreason cluster that has been in operation since 2009 focuses much on developing cooperation between business and science. We are closely linked with the sector of science, especially the Gdańsk University of Technology, which from the very beginning was one of our key partners of the cluster. And during the initial years of our operation, the cluster was based at the premises of the university. So now we can tell you from our practical experience about benefits derived from joint projects, benefits that go to companies and universities. To begin with companies, I believe that it's very important, and we can clearly see this, that when the industry develops interest in the work done by scientists, there is much chance to attract large funding for such activities from various programs and international initiatives. In the past several years, there were a number of projects, truly international, large budget projects, which help us to develop such cooperation. We managed to attract member companies into large international projects that contribute to the international value chain. Companies like very specific examples. So, a Horizon 2020 project, INSECT, intelligent, trustable security things. The budget of 45 million zlotys involving the Gdańsk University of Technology and our member companies. And the project develops demonstrators. This is something that can be recognized by companies participating in such projects. We clearly know that innovative projects involve specific risks. The more innovative, the more risks there are. Once we attract a university as a partner to the project, we are able to verify certain risks, test those risks through R&D projects. And when companies are convinced about the market success of specific solutions, they are more willing to invest in such solutions. The INSECT project, for instance, they purchased a boat similar to boats of special forces, and they use it to test various autonomous systems, like the anti-collision systems, communication systems. And this demonstrator enables companies to test various solutions without investing much into them. And they are able to develop new products and services. So we can see a major advantage for companies, technology companies in particular, once they join projects where they can develop demonstration solutions and test specific solutions. There are many examples, like location systems in hospitals or wireless communication projects. On the other side, we can see that the cooperation with companies inspires scientists. They develop new ideas how to change and improve certain solutions. So we can see benefits on both sides. The most important is that benefits are for both parties and that the cooperation can be developed based on clearly defined rules. And of course, also cluster organizations can benefit from such projects when they treat these projects as case studies, cases that they can be proud of and that can attract further cooperation within the cluster. It is also worth noting that scientists and business people sometimes use different languages. Sometimes it's difficult to find a common denominator and a common language. So we've been trying to build the understanding within the cluster. We try to inform about benefits of such cooperation and the specific nature of companies on the one side, companies which would like to develop a product and implement it as quickly as possible, but we also need to remember about the specific operation of scientific teams, publications, education are also important. So clusters can be a good platform to combine the two worlds, the two communities. Thank you very much. This is also my understanding that clusters facilitate the elimination of barriers in understanding, and they can also combine goals that are different in the area of science and different in the sector of companies. But as we can see, all institutions and all organizations in clusters can benefit from such cooperation. Thank you very much for telling us about the advantages of the cooperation. And now I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Marcin Kraska to tell us more about good practices based on the experience of the Łukasiewicz Research Network, a network which is fairly young, but it attracts already 30 research institutes of very high ranking. So if you could tell us more about good practices in the area of cooperation between companies and research institutes operating within the Łukasiewicz Research Network. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to the panel. The topic of the panel is indeed very important, and in the context of what the minister has said, there is much funding earmarked for investment in education, and our network understands the responsibility of such investment, the heaviness of the responsibility, but the involvement in research and development of new technologies creates a path to build the strength of Polish companies. And then the companies will be able to compete on the Polish, European, and global markets. The Łukasiewicz Research Network has focused on business from the very beginning of its operation, and therefore we concentrate on improving our cooperation with companies. And I believe we managed to promote this type of thinking among our employees, so they listen carefully to the needs of companies and they should concentrate on the research that have large commercialization potential. As regards good practices, I'd like to share with you some information about the system of challenges of the network. This is very important from the point of view of cooperation with companies grouped in various clusters. We are present in 11 clusters in Poland, and I believe this can be very useful if I tell you about our system of challenges. This might be useful for companies that have not cooperated with the Łukasiewicz network yet. It's just one window to the competences of 4,500 scientists, 34 laboratories operating unique equipment. The task of the organization is to shorten the distance between companies and scientists. We encourage companies to challenge us in terms of research and development. They challenge us with their technological problems, and we can offer 15 working days of free consultancy. We have teams of experts to be capable of dealing with problems, research problems notified by companies. We already have a lot of positive opinions about the operation of our network because business no longer needs to search for scientists in various institutes, but they can have just one-stop shop to contact, and we actually organize the entire cooperation network behind a given problem. We've already received 506 challenges, and the number of challenges notified has been growing. We have altogether 935 challenges. We actually use 3 streams of contact. The first stream is business to the network, so businesses are able to notify research businesses and we respond to them. The second stream is from the Łukasiewicz network to business, and we put forward proposals for specific solutions. And we also use this system to support each other. So one institute can support another institute while improving specific technologies within the network. It is also important that the cooperation with a company is optimized and quick, so the 15 working days would not be possible without digitalization of our processes, without developing databases and efficient IT tools. That's why we focus much on digitalization in our network. The system of challenges is fully digitized. We created the SOVA system, and the system enables us to send a challenge. We collect proposals, we monitor the entire process, and everything is done digitally. This is also very important from the point of view of the process. Finally, let me also tell you about one more good practice, namely the reduction of costs related to the implementation of the same activities by a large number of organizations at the same time. So we try to provide centralized services for our clients and for the network itself in order to optimize activities and concentrate on the most important issues, namely the cooperation with companies. So we have the database of sources of funding. This supports our network. So 32 research institutions had to go through various websites and purchase platforms in order to identify sources of funding. Now we have one database, and the single mechanism for collecting information about sources of funding, and we monitor 25 financial institutions, several purchase platforms, and we provide one comprehensive information for all institutes. And they can use the database while generating new projects or searching for funding in case they discuss various projects with companies and possible cooperation with them. I'd like to encourage you to develop cooperation with the Łukasiewicz network, use our challenges system, notify such challenges to the network and start cooperating with us. Thank you very much on behalf of all companies which hopefully benefit from the invitation. It's a fantastic initiative responding to a number of problems faced by companies, because when we ask companies about why they do not cooperate with scientific institutions, they said that it takes too long, so they preferred to pay more and buy a ready-made solution available on the market. I understand that the network responds to these barriers, and the network is capable of neutralizing this and eliminating these barriers. From the point of view of science, Bożena Lubińska-Kasprzak is a member of several councils operating at universities. So I'd like to ask you about possibilities for the implementation of instruments that can be used at universities in the future based on university councils to develop the dialogue with companies in order to promote cooperation between science and companies. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me well and you can see me as well. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much for inviting me to the Congress. I think I was present at every Congress of Polish clusters. I'm glad to participate in this one in a new role, a member of the University Council or a person cooperating closely with universities. Previously, I supported clusters in the public administration, and for a number of years I've been cooperating with business organizations. So we have this unique opportunity to examine clusters and the cooperation with business, as well as funding for research and development from all possible angles. Let me tell you about the good practice that was developed under the new Act on Science and Higher Education. I'm a member of a council of the Natural Science Institute. I was previously a member of the council at the Warsaw School of Economics. And such councils are a place where the cooperation can be discussed, initiated, promoted. We can encourage universities to cooperate with business, and we can evaluate this cooperation. This is the role of the Council. I'm there as a representative of the organization of companies. The rector invited also representatives of organizations of companies, and it's a unique situation since we can really observe and initiate cooperation with business. University councils are well organized, and there is even a cooperation between councils. And people there discuss very important matters related to the cooperation between science and business, and councils can be a partner for clusters. So we could have this networking between organizations and people working in councils, people who frequently have much experience, and representatives of cluster organizations. So the potential for cooperation is there. What else can be done? This question has been asked several times. We've been discussing it for several years now, and a lot has been done to promote the cooperation between business and science, but I'd like to draw your attention to several issues. Issues that are very important from the point of view of business and universities, and the cooperation in research and development. We've discussed a lot about concepts, programs, whereas at the operational level, we can do it very quickly, and we tend to forget about the actual needs of companies. For instance, there is the draft law containing detailed provisions to implement EU laws in the area of operational programs to be implemented in 2021-2027. Just as the ministry calculated, companies will have 140 billion zlotys offered, and there are new questions of control. There are tasks, special new tasks for implementing authorities, and there are many procedure-related issues. The draft law was processed and developed very quickly, and companies had very little time to express their opinion about provisions of the act, and we still have some time to develop procedures and detailed regulations. It's a comment to administration and also to clusters, especially those that have a serious bearing and that can be partners for meetings and consultations of such programs, because later on very good and interesting projects cannot be implemented because at the procedural level it is not feasible, or they can be implemented but to a limited extent. And there is perhaps one more issue. Just 1 minute for you left. Universities try to create further programs that enable to support university enterprise by universities. So the relationship between universities and business, perhaps we should strengthen and support the cooperation at the earliest stage possible. This applies to certain ideas created at universities. I believe that we have a gap in the system regarding public funding for this particular purpose, and universities try to attract such projects very much. This might be with benefit for clusters and companies that are members of clusters. Thank you very much. And thank you very much once again for inviting me.
I think that indeed it's worthwhile to implement it in order to create a network of councils of universities that could be involved not only in providing opinions on how individual higher education institutions operate, but also in wider cooperation between universities and the businesses. When I listen to all these speeches, all of them also talk about the funding for research and development. That is why our last speaker, Agnieszka Ratajczak, will be able possibly to talk to us about this in more detail. Ms., what funds can we expect in the nearest years under the programs for research and development to promote the cooperation between science and business? And what funds will be available to cluster organizations under the Horizon Europe program, for example, and in what thematic areas they will be able to apply? Thank you for giving me the floor on behalf of the National Center for Research and Development. Minister Morzak, in his introduction, spoke about the Horizon Europe program and the previous Horizon 2020 and about the non-satisfactory results of the share of Polish institutions in the programs. A new Horizon Europe program has started. It is a huge challenge for the whole Europe, but also a huge challenge for Poland. I would like to talk to you about a number of important instruments under this program that are dedicated to ensure cooperation between the science and the business. Also about a number of instruments meant for startups, SMEs, and I will end by talking about how the National Center for Research and Development can support Polish applicants in the drawing up of their applications and participating in a program. As it was mentioned, the Horizon Europe program is a program centrally managed by the EU. It is now 95 billion euros. It's a huge budget. It is increased program to program. The EU finances innovation, technological development, and the building of competitive advantage globally hugely. This program is a difficult one because it is highly competitive. It is directed at all higher education institutions, research and development and innovation institutions, and other institutions working within the innovation ecosystem in Europe. So Polish institutions, in principle, have a hard job to do right at the beginning because they have to compete against the best academic centers and strong companies that have decades of experience in this. Therefore, this is not an easy program, but it contains a lot of instruments that are worth using. It is worthwhile to try and complete the application using the help of our National Center for Research and Development to build international contacts and build strategies for the development of an R&D institution or a company, international company. As it comes to cooperation between the science and the business, the entire second pillar of the program is meant indeed for supporting the building of such cooperation and for financing applications submitted by scientists and businesses and other institutions functioning within the ecosystem of innovation. The second pillar centers around 6 thematic clusters. Here, the word cluster simply means a group of topics. This is a new perspective for this word. It does not mean a platform for cooperation between institutions, but it is just a group of topics. So we have a cluster named health, digital technologies, climate, pharmacy, food, environment, culture, and others. A huge diversity. Competitions within these clusters are and will be announced by the end of 2027. Within the framework of such competitions, you can get subsidies up to 102 million euros for a project. From early stages to advanced stages of implementation, a requirement for obtaining subsidies is the participation of at least 3 institutions from 3 countries, either member states of the EU or countries associated with the program, like the UK, Norway, or Israel. In fact, the EC is looking in these projects for such ideas that involve various actors. For example, higher education institutions, business, companies, institutions and others, NGOs, public administration, all depending on the type of the project. Something that propagates innovativeness among various types of institutions. Such projects are sought for and are highly promoted by the EC, European Commission. That's the area around the main 6 thematic clusters where subsidies can be sought for, but not only, because this also applies to projects about basic studies financed in the first stage of the program through competitions announced by the European Council for Scientific Research. So applications can be submitted by a company together with higher education institutions by providing a proof of concept to check the potential of a project on a laboratory scale. That's possible from the beginning, from the early stages of the program, to verify technologies and then perhaps brought the ideas up to higher levels. An interesting instrument is found within the third pillar, Innovative Europe, within which the European Council for Innovation works. This is the so-called EIC Accelerator. This is an instrument for startups mainly, for SMEs from 5-6 tele up to 9 and then scale up. You can get subsidies also through various investment funds, even for the implementation of a new technological project. This offer is quite broad. I don't have the time required to talk about all of them, but from program to program, when talking about framework programs, they are more and more turning in the direction of innovativeness, and they involve more and more representatives of the economy, businesses. So the pursuit of implementation at the European level is very strong. How can we, as the National Center for Research and Development, can support you? Last year, we established a contact point for framework programs, which also operates this current Horizon Europe program, which is an office for which is part of the Office for International Cooperation. We have this obligation to promote and inform very widely about various projects, types of financing projects within the framework of the framework program. But on the other hand, we are trying to develop very widely our training and consulting activity. We also offer individual consultancy. Each individual applicant that comes to us with their application will receive consultation from us. We will tell them how to improve, what to focus on, what to correct in order to increase their chances of obtaining the subsidies. We help them in finding international partners if they have a problem finding them. We carry out a number of other activities. For example, we promote various financing rules in higher education institutions. we have established a whole mechanism with the EC, which has been approved to increase wages. Those aspects are taken into account and are promoted, and we are trying to help Polish applicants as well as we can, because our aim is to make sure that Polish participants participate not only in the traditional programs as they did before, because here we have new tasks, and using our own facilities and resources, we try to extend our consultancy offer to make sure that as many applicants and as many beneficiaries are taking part in the framework program. Thank you. Thank you, Director. Indeed, we do not have time for summing up, because the time of the session is drawing to an end. But I would like to make a reference to what Agnieszka Ratajczak said and supplement it by saying that the national contact points are really very helpful. They are worth taking advantage of. From what I heard, from what we hear from representatives of the EC, we know that within the previous Horizon 2020 program, Polish companies and scientific units were hardly active in creating a research agenda, and that's what determined the rate of success during competitions. The success rate was low when compared with other countries. That's why it's worthwhile taking interest at earlier stages, because when the competitions are already announced, we are able to apply for funds with success. I would like to ask a representative of the Interregion cluster to summarize this session shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have encountered a very large number of various forms of cooperation between the science and the business. During Dr. Krasko's presentation, I was smiling because last week we had a webinar about the opportunities for Klastrów companies' participation in Łukasiewicz group of clusters, and that's why I can emphasize that these opportunities are very interesting. But from the point of view of practitioners and businessmen, it is what is very important, crucial, is the first step to meet the right persons, to introduce the right persons between each other, to establish such relationships at the very beginning is of key importance, because these relationships require time and commitment to develop. So what we bet on as part of our cluster is that we treat the cluster as a platform for cooperation. We, as an ICT cluster, also encourage you to contact us within the framework of the Pomeranian Digital Innovation Cluster that we are one of the initiators of. We promote actions there between the science and the business. Thank you very much for participating in this session, for making it right to the end of it on this November afternoon. I think that we all should remember that clusters are an excellent platform for ensuring cooperation between the science and the business, and the experiences emerging there at this interface should be propagated across the entire economy. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my duty now to close the first day of our Congress. I would like to thank the panelists. I would like to thank the hosts of the last panel, Dr. Mackiewicz, who was a great moderator as usual. I would like to thank the great speakers during this and previous panels. However, we need to wrap up the first day of the Congress. The second day of the Congress will begin tomorrow at 9 o'clock with a discussion on whether it is worth being a national key cluster, what are the obligations, what are the privileges. I encourage everyone who's interested in becoming a key cluster. Until 12 o'clock, we will have a very interesting Connect and Scale Up event where we will talk about the role of clusters as a business support institution that support innovation, investments and startups and new technologies. We will have very interesting guests, a practical discussion enriched with examples. We will talk to cluster managers, we will talk to representatives of cluster member companies. After that, we will have 2 more panels, of course, one about the Green Deal, because today no cluster conference can take place without talking about the Green Deal. And another very interesting one about champions of the Polish economy. After all, one of the biggest champions is, which is Orlen Group, is our strategic partner, our main partner here during this Congress. So we will talk about the role played by the economic champions and about how they can help us, SMEs, and how we, clusters, can be intermediaries between these big engines and the small and medium-sized carriages that in using or utilizing the experience and power of the big engines. Thank you very much for participating. I would like to thank the audience here on the spot in a beautiful Marriott hotel, sitting with us here in this audience, and those of you who have made it to the end of this Congress in front of your computer screens. Thank you very much, and I'll see you again tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Historia przemysłu to historia transformacji i napędzających ją wizjonerów. Oto śruba. Kiedyś musiał wykuć ją kowal, każdą z osobna, setki i tysiące śrub. Nie było dwóch identycznych, więc w tamtym świecie każda maszyna była rękodziełem. Pięknym, ale mało efektywnym. Idea, że śruby można produkować maszynowo, narodziła się w głowie jednego człowieka. Standaryzacja części zamiennych rozpędziła rewolucję przemysłową. Bez standaryzacji nie byłoby przemysłu. Lampa naftowa, żarówka, nawet karabin maszynowy – to wszystko wynalazki pojedynczych geniuszy. W XIX wieku transformację przemysłową napędzali wizjonerzy. Nasi dziadkowie postrzegali przemysł z perspektywy linii montażowej. Praca rąk setek lub tysięcy ludzi, prosta optymalizacja i efekt skali tworzyły przemysłowe imperia. Komputeryzacja oraz automatyzacja zmieniły układ sił i sprawiły, że ludzie zaczęli pracować ramię w ramię z robotami, a wynalazczość przeniosła się do centrów R&D. Równocześnie dane stały się surowcem, takim jakim dotąd była ropa. Dziś niezwykle istotny jest elastyczny model produkcji, który pozwala szybko reagować na potrzeby klientów. Bez modernizacji parku maszynowego oraz infrastruktury ciężko jest utrzymać konkurencyjność na globalnym rynku. Zmienia się sposób myślenia o miejscu i roli pracowników, bo transformacja cyfrowa bardzo zależy od kompetencji oraz talentów ludzi. Wdrożenie rozwiązań przemysłu przyszłości wymaga szerokiego horyzontu i zdolności organizacyjnych. Przedsiębiorca XXI wieku musi wiedzieć, jak efektywnie i bez szkody dla środowiska wykorzystać zasoby, jak szkolić kadry i reagować w ciągle zmieniającym się otoczeniu biznesowym. Skorzystaj z wiedzy oraz doświadczenia ekspertów Platformy Przemysłu Przyszłości. Pomagamy w cyfrowej transformacji do przemysłu 4.0.
Pomorze Zachodnie. Wszystko, czego potrzebujesz.
kreatywni, dociekliwi i skuteczni. Wpływamy na teraźniejszość i uruchamiamy dla Ciebie technologię jutra. Odpowiadamy na wyzwania Twojego biznesu i tworzymy z pasją innowacyjne rozwiązania w największej w Polsce sieci laboratoriów i pracowni badawczych. Jesteśmy nauką pracującą dla biznesu. Od 1 kwietnia 2019 roku jesteśmy siecią badawczą Łukasiewicz. Naszym priorytetem są działania w obszarach strategicznych dla polskiej gospodarki. Rzuć nam wyzwanie, wejdź na naszą stronę i napisz, w czym możemy Ci pomóc. Sieć badawcza Łukasiewicz. Rozwijaj z nami biznes.
Województwo kujawsko-pomorskie znajduje się w sercu Polski. Dzięki swojemu strategicznemu położeniu jest świetnie skomunikowane z całą Europą. Port lotniczy Bydgoszcz S.A. obsługuje loty rozkładowe, czarterowe oraz cargo. Region kujawsko-pomorski to świetne miejsce do inwestycji i lokowania kapitału. Swoje miejsce znalazł tu przemysł elektromaszynowy, a tramwaje z PESY transportują pasażerów z całego świata. Prężnie zaczyna się rozwijać branża IT oraz BPO. Dostarczamy usługi doradztwa technicznego, transformacji cyfrowej czy inżynieryjne. Mocnym punktem regionu jest także przemysł spożywczy. Produkty z Kujaw i Pomorza znane są w całej Polsce. Firmy znajdują dla siebie przestrzeń w parkach przemysłowych i technologicznych oraz w strefach aktywności gospodarczej. Na terenie całego województwa jest 9 takich miejsc. Gotyk na dotyk przyciąga rokrocznie tysiące turystów do miasta Kopernika. A dzięki bursztynowej autostradzie szybko docieramy w każdy zakątek Polski. W regionie swój kapitał zainwestował potentat w branży łóżek szpitalnych. Aktualnie przedsiębiorstwo produkuje ponad 125 tysięcy łóżek rocznie. Mamy silne tradycje papiernicze i logistyczne. Działalność prowadzi tu zakład będący wiodącym europejskim producentem papierów do wyrobu tektury falistej, stosujący najnowocześniejsze technologie w branży. Kujawsko-Pomorskie kształci tysiące absolwentów szkół wyższych, zasilających kluczowe dla regionu gałęzie gospodarki. To wszystko i jeszcze więcej.
Historia przemysłu to historia transformacji i napędzających ją wizjonerów. Oto śruba. Kiedyś musiał wykuć ją kowal, każdą z osobna. Setki i tysiące śrub. Nie było dwóch identycznych, więc w tamtym świecie każda maszyna była rękodziełem. Pięknym, ale mało efektywnym. Idea, że śruby można produkować maszynowo, narodziła się w głowie jednego człowieka. Standaryzacja części zamiennych rozpędziła rewolucję przemysłową. Bez standaryzacji nie byłoby przemysłu. Lampa naftowa, żarówka, nawet karabin maszynowy – to wszystko wynalazki pojedynczych geniuszy. W XIX wieku transformację przemysłową napędzali wizjonerzy. Nasi dziadkowie postrzegali przemysł z perspektywy linii montażowej. Praca rąk setek lub tysięcy ludzi, prosta optymalizacja i efekt skali tworzyły przemysłowe imperia. Komputeryzacja oraz automatyzacja zmieniły układ sił i sprawiły, że ludzie zaczęli pracować ramię w ramię z robotami, a wynalazczość przeniosła się do centrów R&D. Równocześnie dane stały się surowcem, takim jakim dotąd była ropa. Dziś niezwykle istotny jest elastyczny model produkcji, który pozwala szybko reagować na potrzeby klientów. Bez modernizacji parku maszynowego oraz infrastruktury ciężko jest utrzymać konkurencyjność na globalnym rynku. Zmienia się sposób myślenia o miejscu i roli pracowników, bo transformacja cyfrowa bardzo zależy od kompetencji oraz talentów ludzi. Wdrożenie rozwiązań przemysłu przyszłości wymaga szerokiego horyzontu i zdolności organizacyjnych. Przedsiębiorca XXI wieku musi wiedzieć, jak efektywnie i bez szkody dla środowiska wykorzystać zasoby, jak szkolić kadry i reagować w ciągle zmieniającym się otoczeniu biznesowym. Skorzystaj z wiedzy oraz doświadczenia ekspertów Platformy Przemysłu Przyszłości. Pomagamy w cyfrowej transformacji do przemysłu 4.0.
Pomorze Zachodnie. Wszystko, czego potrzebujesz.
Jesteśmy kreatywni, dociekliwi i skuteczni. Wpływamy na teraźniejszość i uruchamiamy dla Ciebie technologię jutra. Odpowiadamy na wyzwania Twojego biznesu i tworzymy z pasją innowacyjne rozwiązania w największej w Polsce sieci laboratoriów i pracowni badawczych. Jesteśmy nauką pracującą dla biznesu. Od 1 kwietnia 2019 roku jesteśmy siecią badawczą Łukasiewicz. Naszym priorytetem są działania w obszarach strategicznych dla polskiej gospodarki. Rzuć nam wyzwanie, wejdź na naszą stronę i napisz, w czym możemy Ci pomóc. Sieć badawcza Łukasiewicz. Rozwijaj z nami biznes.
Województwo kujawsko-pomorskie znajduje się w sercu Polski. Dzięki swojemu strategicznemu położeniu jest świetnie skomunikowane z całą Europą. Port lotniczy Bydgoszcz S.A. obsługuje loty rozkładowe, czarterowe oraz cargo. Region kujawsko-pomorski to świetne miejsce do inwestycji i lokowania kapitału. Swoje miejsce znalazł tu przemysł elektromaszynowy, a tramwaje z PESY transportują pasażerów z całego świata. Prężnie zaczyna się rozwijać branża IT oraz BPO. Dostarczamy usługi doradztwa technicznego, transformacji cyfrowej czy inżynieryjne. Mocnym punktem regionu jest także przemysł spożywczy. Produkty z Kujaw i Pomorza znane są w całej Polsce. Firmy znajdują dla siebie przestrzeń w parkach przemysłowych i technologicznych oraz w strefach aktywności gospodarczej. Na terenie całego województwa jest 9 takich miejsc. Gotyk na dotyk przyciąga rokrocznie tysiące turystów do miasta Kopernika. A dzięki bursztynowej autostradzie szybko docieramy w każdy zakątek Polski. W regionie swój kapitał zainwestował potentat w branży łóżek szpitalnych. Aktualnie przedsiębiorstwo produkuje ponad 125 tysięcy łóżek rocznie. Mamy silne tradycje papiernicze i logistyczne. Działalność prowadzi tu zakład będący wiodącym europejskim producentem papierów do wyrobu tektury falistej, stosujący najnowocześniejsze technologie w branży. Kujawsko-Pomorskie kształci tysiące absolwentów szkół wyższych, zasilających kluczowe dla regionu gałęzie gospodarki. To wszystko i jeszcze więcej.
Historia przemysłu to historia transformacji i napędzających ją wizjonerów. Oto śruba. Kiedyś musiał wykuć ją kowal, każdą z osobna. Setki i tysiące śrub. Nie było dwóch identycznych, więc w tamtym świecie każda maszyna była rękodziełem. Pięknym, ale mało efektywnym. Idea, że śruby można produkować maszynowo, narodziła się w głowie jednego człowieka. Standaryzacja części zamiennych rozpędziła rewolucję przemysłową. Bez standaryzacji nie byłoby przemysłu. Lampa naftowa, żarówka, nawet karabin maszynowy – to wszystko wynalazki pojedynczych geniuszy. W XIX wieku transformację przemysłową napędzali wizjonerzy. Nasi dziadkowie postrzegali przemysł z perspektywy linii montażowej. Praca rąk setek lub tysięcy ludzi, prosta optymalizacja i efekt skali tworzyły przemysłowe imperia. Komputeryzacja oraz automatyzacja zmieniły układ sił i sprawiły, że ludzie zaczęli pracować ramię w ramię z robotami, a wynalazczość przeniosła się do centrów R&D. Równocześnie dane stały się surowcem, takim jakim dotąd była ropa. Dziś niezwykle istotny jest elastyczny model produkcji, który pozwala szybko reagować na potrzeby klientów. Bez modernizacji parku maszynowego oraz infrastruktury ciężko jest utrzymać konkurencyjność na globalnym rynku. Zmienia się sposób myślenia o miejscu i roli pracowników, bo transformacja cyfrowa bardzo zależy od kompetencji oraz talentów ludzi. Wdrożenie rozwiązań przemysłu przyszłości wymaga szerokiego horyzontu i zdolności organizacyjnych. Przedsiębiorca XXI wieku musi wiedzieć, jak efektywnie i bez szkody dla środowiska wykorzystać zasoby, jak szkolić kadry i reagować w ciągle zmieniającym się otoczeniu biznesowym. Skorzystaj z wiedzy oraz doświadczenia ekspertów Platformy Przemysłu Przyszłości. Pomagamy w cyfrowej transformacji do przemysłu 4.0.
Pomorze Zachodnie. Wszystko, czego potrzebujesz.